Good evening, everybody. We're going to start with a special public hearing tonight on the ordinary contingent roof repair at GGM. I'm officially opening the public hearing on that matter. It's going to be on the regular agenda at the regular meeting, which will start shortly. Does anybody from the public who's here have any comments about the ordinary contingent roof repairs at GGM? Making sure we're technically good? Okay. Any?
So if I could just say, we had, this isn't our week. We had two presenters that were going to be here tonight. Our auditor, who unfortunately, due to snowstorms, his flight was delayed, was supposed to be here tonight. We'll reschedule for a future meeting. And also our architect was going to give us an update on capital projects and talk about the GGM roof before we had the hearing, but not required. The hearing is just basically us listening to what the public has to say about it. So we'll see if we can get him here later in the meeting. Otherwise, we'll have him at a future meeting.
And the public seems to have no problems with anything because there's nobody here.
Right.
Okay. Does any board member want to comment for the public hearing?
Yeah, he had asked.
They didn't. They were
nodded-
asked. Yeah,
they
yeah.
nodded
They
off,
didn't.
so-
They didn't respond.
Yeah. They waved it off.
I saw the shake.
There's also no emails.
And there's no emails, right? So we checked the public emails. Nobody sent in. So based on that, do I have a motion to adjourn the public hearing?
So moved.
Second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. So now I will call to order the regular meeting for February 25th, 2026. Everyone, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everybody. Madam Clerk, please do the roll call and quorum check.
Gary Hefner.
Here.
Susan Mitchell.
Here.
Bonnie Takeuchi. Here. William Clark.
Here.
Bronwyn Rowntree. Here. Chris Scanlon.
Here.
Jean-Michel Tijerino. A quorum is present.
Everybody's here. Thank you very much. Everyone's had a chance to look at the agenda. Because of the lack or missing people, we may have to do some things out of order. If there's an objection as I do it, please let me know. But in terms of the items on the agenda, do I have a motion to approve it?
So moved.
Second?
Wait, I'm sorry, which numbers are we talking about?
No, we're just
whole thing.
the agenda.
3-4, the approval of the agenda.
No, the whole agenda, just in principle. So we have a motion. We had a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Yeah. Yeah, and yes, you can pull anything out you want. Whenever we get to it, as we move along.
So we are prepared to do 4-1.
If you want.
Is that a presentation, Jeff? That's
It
the-
is, yes.
right.
Budget presentation.
So 4-1 is the public input on the
Oh, yeah.
budget, but
Yeah,
there's a
I'm pulling that
presentation to
stuff.
go along with that.
Well, yeah, the first part is the public input on the budget. We're just eliciting anybody's comments that we need to consider
Yeah.
as we prepare the budget. So we're just asking anybody to have their input. Okay.
Okay, thank you, everybody. So we move right into the presentation.
Yes, and we'd like to introduce our business official, Mr. Walter Kaufman, who's got a very good presentation tonight on preliminary revenue estimates.
These wires are massive. This is good, though. Trick this.
We're going to
Time
be
first today.
There was no public input. Now Walter will present.
Yeah, but I don't think I brought them.
You never know. If you find another pair of readers.
Good evening, everyone. Today we'll be going over the preliminary revenue budget projections for the 26-27 school year. Before we get into that, some key dates to remember. March 1st is the submission of the tax levy limit calculations to the comptroller. Once submitted, they can still be changed after that time. March 18th is the commencement of the detailed review budget by the Board of Ed. April 12th is the Board of Ed adoption of the proposed budget, BOCES budget, and property tax report card. May 6th is a public budget hearing. And May 19th is the annual budget vote and election of Board of Ed. Now, our revenue sources. So for the Tuxedo Union Free School District, they're broken into 3 categories. We have state aid, which is the governor's proposal. That makes up roughly around 7.5%. We have the tax levy, which is roughly around 89%. That makes up a majority of the revenue that we bring into this school district. And then, of course, there is other revenue, which is 3.6%, makes up appropriated fund balance and other revenue as well. And I'll go through each of these 3 parts in detail. Total estimated revenue budget is 100%. Reason for estimated is the tax levy could fluctuate, or state aid or other aid that comes in. So just as a comparison with our revenue budget versus the average in Orange County for school districts, you can see that we, like I said before, a majority of our tax levy revenue is for the school district, whereas you look at the average in Orange County, 46% is the tax levy, 46% state aid, and 8% other. The reason our tax levy is so high is because we are a very wealthy district in the eyes of the state on the wealth ratio. So state aid will be the first part that we will go over of this budget. So what you'll see up there is the comparison between the adopted budget for this year.
Can you go back 2 slides for a second?
Sure.
I just want to clarify. The pie chart makes sense, but the state aid, we're on the left, average Orange County is on the right. So
Correct.
To be clear, we get 1/5 of what everybody else gets approximately?
Correct.
So everybody else in the county gets, I want to clarify, 5 times the state aid.
Yeah, this is on average though.
On
So
average.
yeah, on
On
average.
average.
Yeah, on average with the districts.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
just compared to what we get.
But
Yep.
on average, half of the taxes, everywhere else on average in Rockland County, the taxes collected pay for half the budget, but for us, it pays almost all.
Almost all our budget is
Almost all.
based off it. Yes, correct.
Because looking at the pie chart, I want to make sure people understand what that really means.
Yes.
Thank you.
So our revenue that we bring in for the tax levy is important.
And the reason for that is the way the state calculates what's called a combined wealth ratio, which when you fill out your state taxes, it asks for what school district you live in, because that they take your income from that, and then they take the assessment rolls from the assessor, and they add these 2 together, and they come up with what's called the combined wealth ratio. And in the state, 1.0 is considered average. And in New York State, our combined wealth ratio is 14.3. The average is 1. We're 14. We're one of the wealthiest.
Presuming that's one of the 5 highest in the state, I'm
It
guessing?
is, yes.
Right. So just to be clear, nothing we can change. It's a fact of life. We have
Correct. And there's a negative correlation between the combined wealth ratio and the amount of state aid you get.
Right.
And there is a formula which was put in place years ago due to a legal battle, the Campaign for Fiscal Equity. And there was a formula put in place called foundation aid, and that formula ran for a year or 2, and then the Great Recession happened. They froze the formula. Just recently with the sin taxes, they started the formula back, but 2/3 of the districts in the state are not on the, so basically the formula's not running because they're on hold harmless like we are.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, so here's the comparison between the adopted budget for this year and the preliminary estimates for next year on the governor's proposed budget. These are estimates. The enacted budget should go into place on April 1st, but it has been late in the last couple of years. So the first thing you'll see on there is our foundation aid. This is formulated to support general instruction costs. The difference between last year and this year is 1%. And as Mr. White said, that's basically because we are under Save Harmless, which means that we can't have any less foundation aid than the year prior. The next one is our transportation aid. This is reimbursement for transporting our students. Software aid is allocated for instructional material and technology. Our BOCES service aid, this is for shared service and programs we use through coasters through our BOCES. So whether it's in our technology line, special ed line, building line, just different services that are provided, and we're aided on that at about 36% of what we spend.
Walter, can I just ask you, why is that down $58,000 from?
So we spent less in BOCES services than we did the year before. I believe there was some other services that we used that we did cut out.
Okay.
I think there could have been HR. You might have had someone from HR.
Media.
It was the
Media?
the public relations folks.
That's
Yep.
it.
It was the technology director.
That's it.
There might have been some transportation because BOCES also has trans. I don't recollect, but we can get the detail on the full reason why that went down.
Thank you.
The next one is our private excess cost. This is for students with disabilities who need out of placement. Building aid, that deals with any approval of capital construction. And then to high tax aid, this amount has stayed the same for many years.
And the private excess aid, the excess cost aid relates to special ed. Because of our high wealth ratio, we have to spend over $144,000 on a special ed child before we get any aid. So basically, we don't get anything that we spend in special ed.
So our proposed total for state aid is $1,097,313. We got 1% in foundation aid, but as pointed out, we did lose some in our BOCES service aid.
Can I ask a question? Actually, just it's a follow-up to Jeff's question or clarifying question. Did you mean 144,000 per child before we get the aid, or as total of all the children in special ed?
No, so for each child, we have to spend over $144,000 before we get any aid on that.
Walter, just to, obviously, the state's giving us less money, we think. But again, if we were the average Orange County district, that bottom number would be $7 million. Ballpark, 6 million, 7 million.
Yeah,
Ballpark.
depending once again though, depending on their projections of their wealth ratio.
Because that,
right,
that pie chart was kind of percentages. This is real dollars.
Correct.
So our little pittance of 1 million percentage-wise, if on the Orange County average, it would be 6 or 7 times that.
Yeah, Gary, you might have remember a couple of years ago when they fully funded the formula, districts nearby were getting $6 to $10 million extra per year.
Right.
And we got nothing.
Right.
Now, in the next slide, this was talked about a little bit previously early, was the Save Harmless. So this kind of gives you the history of just the foundation aid. So the orange checkbox right there, so this right there is basically when this was rolled out was the amount of aid that was generated or going to be paid out. Now those blue charts there that kind of go up slowly to the right, that is the foundation aid that we have received through all of these years.
That's the bar graph.
Yes, so those are the bar graphs you see moving up through these years. Now, if Save Harmless goes away and we just run the foundation aid based off of the formula, that light blue line is how much we would receive in foundation aid. So if you look all the way to the right on 25-26, we receive roughly $700,000 in foundation aid. If Save Harmless were to go away, based on the formula, we would receive $100,000 in foundation aid.
So we would lose $600,000 this year in aid.
what determines if it's gonna go away or not?
So Bonnie, they had, there's a lot of discussion about that, and you might have read in the newspaper, the Rockefeller Foundation was employed by the legislature to look into redoing the formula because they felt the formula wasn't really doing an appropriate job. But they decided not to make any changes. Next year's an election year for governor, so we don't expect to see any changes in the near future. And even when the governor's election changes, we don't expect the legislature, because this would devastate not only us but all of Long Island as well. So we have some protection, I think, for the near future.
And this comes up at the OXPA meetings all the time because they send advocates to the state, and this is the things that they're fighting for, to not lose it.
Thank you. So the next piece of our revenue is our tax levy. This is what we bring in the most of. This is at 90%. Cool. Thank you. So before we get into it, this is the formula created by the State Education Department and the Office of State Comptroller. I'm not going to go through the complete formula. I just wanted to point out two things that do change. The first one is this tax-based growth factor. So that's given out by the Department of Tax and Finance, and it's basically a quantity change for a district, whether there's new construction or new taxable property. So they will base a growth factor off of that. The other part of this is this here, which is the allowable levy growth factor. So what that is, it's either the lesser of the consumer price index or 2%. So for instance, the consumer price index for this year was 2.7%. The lesser of 2% or the 2.7, our allowable levy growth factor is going to be that 2%. And you'll see on the next slide how that factors into the calculations of our levy limit. So here's the tax cap calculations. So obviously on the left-hand column, you're going to see 25, 26. On the right-hand column, you're going to see the 26, 27. And I'll explain these as I do go down on the right-hand side. So you'll see here for 25, 26, we started our tax levy with $12,696,449. We had a growth base factor of 0.0079. We had one pilot, which is payment in lieu of taxes. So we had one of those. The capital tax levy, the allowable levy growth factor was 0.2 last year, or sorry, 0.022%. We had our pilot, and then we get our total levy limit before exclusions. We do have capital tax levy for that year, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. So last year, the proposed levy for the the total levy limit for last year was at $13,072,718. Because we went into a contingency budget, we had to use the prior year's levy. So that's that $12,696,449 that you see there. So for next year's tax cap calculation, you're seeing that we start with that. So we start with that amount. Then we get into our tax-based growth factor. So for this year, or for next year, it is 0.0026. So it is less than last year. We carry over our pilot. We also carry over the capital tax levy from last year. The allowable levy growth factor, as I explained, is that 2%, the 0.02. Our pilots received went up a little bit, 15,413. And we also, in this case, have available carryover from the prior year. You'll see right there that 132,000. What that is, it's the difference between last year's total levy limit before exclusions minus what our proposed levy limit, or what the proposed levy limit is. So this 12 million, or what we start with, sorry, it's a little shaky. What we start with is the difference of those two. So we're able to carry over that amount. So that gives us the total levy limit before exclusions. Next is the capital tax levy for this current year, that 159,000 there. Now that's made up of a couple things. It's our BOCES capital expenses, and it is our principal and interest on debt. Take those amounts, and then we subtract out our building aid, and that's where that particular number comes from. We add that to the total levy limit before exclusions, and we end with our tax cap for this year at for next year, for $13,028,219, which means, it is 2.6%, or an increase of $331,770 is the increase, as long as we don't override the cap. Okay, so if we keep it at 2.6% or less, you just need a 50% vote plus one. Or if you were to override the cap, you would need a supermajority vote, which is at 60%. Also sometimes referred to as piercing the cap. Some reasons why you may want to pierce the cap. One common one is the expenses are more than the revenue that is brought in. So you'll need to raise more revenue to cover the expenses. Another scenario, which is predicted here, is with the new housing development, you're going to get a lot more total assessed value that comes in, and you could pierce the cap and have little or no effect to the taxpayers because of how much total assessed value we will bring in from those homes.
We had this a couple of years ago. Some may remember, I'm sure you do. We had a pop in the assessments, and the levy was something like, I think, 7%, but the tax rate was significantly lower, because when the assessment roll increases significantly, the levy goes up, but the tax rate remains very low. We have a very unique problem here in that we're going to be doubling the size of the community, so the assessment roll is going to double in the next 7 to 10 years. Depending upon how the build-out schedule goes, we're going to be in a situation where we have to pierce the tax cap. Walter and I called the state tax and finance department to discuss this issue, because we're kind of going to be put at a disadvantage, because the way the formula works, the tax-based growth factor number, just go back a few, Walter, for a second. So this number here, we're getting killed on because this is keeping this down to $300,000. And this year alone, we're looking at about a 7% health insurance increase, which is what, Walter, about $150,000-$160,000?
Yeah, more up to the 160 area.
Right, and we had some special ed increases. How much was that again?
Roughly around 400.
So right there, we're going over in the tax cap. Now the assessments. Oh, you can't hear me? Or is that? Could everybody hear me?
We could, I'm not sure they why don't you go back and say it again for anybody who's watching
so
later.
we're in a unique problem here, because this is based upon the 2 prior years. The numerator is the 25-26 year, and the divisor is the 24-25 school year. This year, the roll is going to go up. I can't give you an exact number, but it's somewhere probably in the neighborhood of $6 to $7.5 million, which is going to be a huge boost. So, because of this formula here, it keeps this number very deflated. So we've reached out to tax and finance, and we've also reached out to our legislators to see if there's, because this is gonna recur in the next 7 to 10 years. And we're at a disadvantage because we may have to try to pierce the tax cap and get a supermajority versus a simple majority. So we're gonna see if there's any special legislation we can get or any help from Albany, because we don't wanna have to get a supermajority every time just to pass our budgets. So we need to get some relief from this right here, because right now, we're already gonna exceed that number just in those two areas alone. And also, we have the transportation, we got a bid come back, that's gonna be high.
Yeah.
And there's gonna be more as we go through the expenditure budget, more items that are gonna increase there. So we may have to pierce the tax cap this year, but the assessments will offset the tax rate, what people actually pay. So does everybody understand that? It's kind of complicated the way the state does all this stuff, but any questions on that?
The bottom line is, we're very unique.
Yes.
We have more housing, more kids,
We're
more
doubling the
tax.
size of our community.
Right.
Which is unusual.
And the system isn't set up to consider that.
Correct.
So that's why we're asking for help from Albany for our unique situation.
That's right.
But taxes, arguably, of what people are actually paying, writing a check for, should go down.
Well,
Well, it's not gonna go
I don't
up.
think they're gonna go down.
But not gonna go up.
But the assessments that we get from the development are gonna help offset some of these expenditures.
Right.
We don't know yet exactly where we are in terms of the increase. We worked on the revenue first, we're gonna be working on the expenditures now, but we'll keep everybody up to date on that. But the assessment, increasing the assessment should definitely help us, but we are gonna, I don't see how we can not exceed that number.
But if somebody is listening to this tomorrow and they're worried, oh, they're piercing the tax cap, that means my taxes are gonna skyrocket, is that a fair statement or
Not
not?
necessarily, no.
Right.
You know, like we had a couple of years ago, the levy went up, I can't remember the exact numbers, so don't quote me, I think it was something 6-7%, but the tax rate, I think, was in the 2 range.
Right.
And that's because the assessment roll increased significantly. So the levy went up, but the tax rate was very low. Any other questions?
Thank you.
So the last part of this will be our other revenue. So other revenue consists of fund balance. So this is used to offset expenditures. The pilot that we have, so the payment in lieu of taxes, the one pilot we have. Interest and penalties. So this is interest we bring in from our different accounts, along with any penalties we receive from taxes. The day school tuition, this is non-resident students coming to Tuxedo. Health services for other districts, this is what we bill out to other districts for our health services. Refund from prior year's expense, this is our BOCES refund or a BOCES surplus at the end of the year. So we get a refund from BOCES once their fiscal end of the year, whatever amount that they have left, they have to legally give back to the school districts that do use them. And that number does fluctuate quite a bit. And then the unclassified revenue, that $13,000, that is summer transportation we get from the town.
And just a nuance, in some of the pie charts and things that come out from the state, they'll show other revenue, which includes the fund balance. But technically, fund balance is really when you appropriate any sort of fund balance, whether it be unassigned or a reserve, it's technically, they call it an other financing source, but we threw it in here because it matched the pie charts, et cetera.
So those three pieces of that pie, if you remember from the beginning, now we're going to put them together to see kind of what it looks like. So adopted budget 25-26, looking at the preliminary estimates for 26-27. So the real property taxes, including STAR, you'll see this is 25-26, our tax levy, which we're started with. Our preliminary estimates for next year, $13,959,428. This is largely due to the increases, foreseeable increases in our health insurance, transportation, special ed, and our legal contractual obligations. Fund balance of $500,000. The pilot is in there. Interest and penalties. This one went down slightly just because the interest rates went down slightly than the previous year. Day school tuition. We have one student graduating, and we have two that are moving up. So that's where you see the little offset there. Health services for other district, that increases due to the cost of things increasing. Refund from prior year's expenses is at $80,000. Unclassified revenue stays the same at 13. The Tuxedo reserve payment of the 1.25, that is the second and final payment from them. We have our state aid down there at the bottom. So the preliminary estimates of total revenue is $16,096,754.
Walter, can you just go back to day school tuition and explain what that is? I don't know that.
Oh, so day school tuition, that's students who don't live in the district but want to come here. They pay tuition to come here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Did we get the 1.25 from Lennar?
We did.
We did. What was that?
I don't.
We got the payments in February. I think I posted in a boardgram.
It is, it was,
I'm sorry?
it was in there.
In there? Good. All right, I know you read the boardgram now. Okay, good. Okay, so yeah, we got the two. Last year, I think we got December and then another one in February.
February.
And this year, we got both in February, correct?
Yeah, within the same week, I believe.
Yeah. Okay, so we got the whole amount now.
So once again, these are preliminary estimates as we work towards looking at the expenditure side of our budget in greater detail. But we go through the revenue first. The next thing on here was analysis of fund balance. Unfortunately, as mentioned before, our auditor couldn't make it, so this presentation here will be postponed. And then lastly is our mission statement. We put this revenue projection together in mind with our mission statement. Working together, we want to continue to provide a secure environment necessary for our students to pursue academic excellence and success. Any questions?
That's what I was about to say. Thank you, Walter. Any questions?
Thank you, Walter.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Walter.
Hit the lights.
Thank you.
Your first one, Walter, you did great.
Mr. White, you're up. Superintendent's report, if you're ready.
Okay, let's see.
Gary's moving on.
Okay.
Oh, it warned you.
I like
Stop,
it.
10 o'clock.
I still
All
have one.
right. Well, we thank Tuxedo Police Chief Rick Marsh. He and his staff and other first responders conducted training on our campus on February 21st. We did put a notice out to the community. Chief Marsh is here in our audience tonight. Hello, Chief. Okay, the Office of the State Controller released their fiscal stress monitoring report for the 24-25 school year. The district was indicated as no designation for both fiscal stress and environmental stress. Last year, OSC rated the district as having moderate fiscal stress due to a timing of cash flows. Once the $1.25 million Tuxedo Reserve mitigation payment was received, the fund balance was replenished, and we were restored to no designation category, which was the same for the 22-23 school year. There is a report that the controller has issued. We should put that on the website. Walter, let's add that to the website, okay? The board and I took a tour of the Tuxedo Reserve Friday morning, January 30th. The tour was hosted by Adam Bosbrink, their senior project manager, and Adam Fromm, one of the Lennar's home sales representatives. And I thank the board for taking part in that. So far, they've sold 61 homes in the West Terrace section. 21 are the single-family homes out of a total of 30 in the inventory over there, and 40 townhouses out of 100. They're flying off the shelves there. So if you want one, they're about $1 million, I think. So that's going well, and the homes are actually beautiful. I'm going to be very brief tonight because part of the superintendent's report is going to be our principals. Also, I've reached out to Orange Ulster BOCES to reschedule our retreat. So if you folks can, they're going to give me some dates. If you can give me some dates as well, that would be helpful so we can get that scheduled. And with that, I'm going to ask our two principals to join me and present their report as well.
Good evening, all. Since our last board meeting, which I wasn't at, so nice to see everyone's face, it's been an engaging and meaningful month at GGM. So during the first 2 weeks of February, we participated in Pick a Reading Partner, where some of you did come in and read, so we so appreciate it. We welcomed guest readers into our classrooms, talking and reinforcing about the powerful home-to-school connection that fosters a love for reading. So students are also preparing for our annual potato character contest with the PTO, so be on the lookout. We get a lot of creative potatoes coming in the door. On this coming Friday, Ms. Boussard has implemented GGM's celebration of National Children's Dental Health Month by educating students about the important role of tongue and teeth in our speech production, as well as proper dental care. During this time, she has organized fun and informational handouts and coordinated a visit from one of our local Tuxedo dentists, Dr. Chung from Alpha and Omega Dental. Dr. Chung has prepared interactive demonstrations for students in pre-K through first grade, and also has donated goodie bags for each student containing things like a brushing timer, toothbrush, toothpaste. She's also generously committed to donating toothbrush kits to our school nurse as well as the high school guidance department, and support students and families in need. We're very grateful for this valuable community partnership. Across grade levels, students have been really engaged in rigorous and inciting instruction. Pre-K through second grade celebrated our 100th day of school the other day, so if you go in through the lobby, there's some balloons to celebrate. From festive outfits to math-focused activities centered on counting and place value. Fifth graders also explored National Inventors Day through research and creative design projects in their STEM class with Ms. Klimowicz. Our Art to Remember fundraiser showcased student creativity through the theme of what makes you you. PE wrapped up their basketball unit and prepares to begin their gymnastics unit. And then in music, students have expanded their rhythm and instrumental skills. We're really looking forward to a couple of important events at the elementary school as well as at the high school. Parent-teacher conferences are taking place on March 5th. This will be a half day for students to have these meaningful, engaging conversations with parents. Additionally, we are excited to welcome our newest and returning families at our kindergarten orientation. This is going to be hosted in GGM on March 11th at 2 o'clock. And just one thank you to our dedicated faculty, staff, PTO, and families and caregivers, as well as our Board of Education. Your continued partnership and support make really positive, academic focused, and a strong sense of community at GGM. So we're happy to be here each day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have some questions. Can we ask? Yes. So on our agenda tonight, I don't know if now is a good time to ask rather than or to just pull you back up. I just had some questions about the after-school program and the approval of an aide to do.
Sure.
Yeah. So can you tell me a little bit more about the structure of the program and how many students per teachers are needed and how the decisions are made in terms of teacher versus like the certification of who is providing the after-school program?
Are you referring to tonight's agenda item?
Yeah.
For one of the supervisors? Sure. Well, I think that last year, many of our board members had a really big desire to implement more clubs at GGM, which was a great success. However, last year we didn't offer, we had 4 chaperones. We had a kind of limitless cap of students. This year we didn't have as many people sign up to be chaperones. I say volunteers, obviously these are paid positions, but we're very appreciative and excited to have those who are willing to dedicate their time to this. So when selecting club advisors, the person on the agenda tonight really does help to ensure that the club is appropriately implemented, helps with supervision. Typically, while the ratio number isn't necessarily why we would have an additional person, it more looks at the appropriate implementation, right? So the supervision, these grade bands are anywhere from K2 and 3-5. So rather than like a typical classroom setting where you have 15 third graders, you're servicing 15, 17, 20 third, fourth, and fifth graders. So they have a different range of behavioral needs as well as academic needs, and the person on the agenda tonight helps to implement those appropriately.
So would there need to be 2 teachers versus a teacher and an aide?
Would there need to be a 2 teachers versus a teacher and an aide? Yes. Okay. So, so the teacher would be the one who would be supervising the students, and then the aide would be the one who would be supervising the students. I don't think there's any requirement of that. We have strong confidence that this person would be help. It has in the past and will continue to help implement the club meaningfully and appropriately.
Okay.
Does the club have an academic focus, or is it not academic in focus? Are they learning academic material or not?
I think it's a healthy combination of two things, right? It is academic based. They're practicing math skills and math facts, but it also has a STEM component. It's really up to the decision making of the teacher who is in charge of the club, but it's a healthy mix.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anything else?
Anything else? All right,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good evening. Great to see everybody. I'm presenting on GFB and some of our recent happenings and upcoming events. And since our last meeting, we had a successful January Regents Week and midterm week where the majority of our students in grades 7 through 12 participated either in midterm assessments or Regents exams. Our preliminary scores show that our students did quite well taking those exams. And once that data is able to be released, we'll be sharing that information, but our students did very well. Our second quarter has concluded. We are in the third quarter here in the second trimester. Ms. Oliva led our sophomore students that were interested in C-Tech for next year to the BOCES campus to visit their programs that they would be interested in, and that was really well received by the students that were able to attend. Our NHS and NJHS hosted, among other events, since our last meeting, the Soup and Cake Mix Drive. Our students from GFB were selected. We've had a lot of discussion at the board level with the Safe School Ambassadors. That training took place through Orange County at Ramapo College, and students in grades 7 through 10 were invited to participate in a 2-day field trip where our students learned techniques to prevent or stop mistreatment and to help friends make better choices about how to treat others, as well as helping to make positive decisions. Students participated in activities getting to know one another, learning to recognize acts of mistreatment towards other students, and learn ways that they can intervene through balancing, supporting, reasoning, distracting, directing, active listening, and getting help. This is a program that was really well received in years past here on our campus, and we were really excited to bring that back. And now as we move forward, the students that participated are broken off into groups that'll meet with their mentors and will be active on the GFB campus. We celebrated our honor roll and high honor roll students from the second quarter with a special Walking Tacos luncheon, introduced this year quarterly celebrations of those students for honor roll and high honor roll. And also like to echo Superintendent White thanking Chief Marsh and his emergency personnel staff for their training here, ensuring a safe school community for our students and staff. And our winter season, sports season is coming to an end, and our teams will be closing out here in the coming days. Our clubs continue to remain active on campus. And I want to just highlight also our senior trip is upcoming. Next week they leave on Friday, March 6th through March 9th. You know that they're heading off to Universal Studios. The full itinerary is included in your board packet. And just to highlight a couple of the things, they kick off from GFB at 5:30 a.m. On the 6th, and they return to us on the 9th. They'll be flying in and out of Westchester Airport and into Orlando direct. They're attending Universal Studios primarily on their trip, and the students fundraised or covered their own costs, including their meals, travel, transportation, and their passes at Universal. They most recently hosted a pancake breakfast on Valentine's Day that was really well attended, raising over $1,300 at that event. Mrs. Hines made sure I highlighted that today. Ms. Hines, our advisor, and Mrs. Park as our administrator. Ms. Park as our administrator will be attending. And we will certainly review our expectations with students, conduct bag checks, and reinforce with them that their code of conduct is enforced for the duration of the trip. And I have no doubt that our seniors will have a great trip down to Universal. All right. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yeah.
Just in terms of the chaperones for the trip, what plans are in place to cover their classes or cover their duties while they're gone?
Yes, we'll have, they're just missing class time on the Friday and the Monday. That's why we structured it around the weekend. And it would just be Ms. Hines. I'll be covering GGM for Principal Park. And we'll have a substitute for Ms. Hines.
So I have some follow-up questions from your presentation. I don't know if this is also, are we doing that separately?
Yep.
You're going to do it now?
Yeah.
Coolio.
Yeah. So as part of our continued dialogue, while we don't have a formal presentation, we did want to answer some of the ongoing conversations that we've had, and we'll make that part of our work continuing forward. And we'll just highlight a few things centered primarily around some of our testing data, some of the questions that you guys have had, and a lot of it focused on AIS. As you know, AIS is Academic Intervention Services, and that's for students that through different benchmarks might be performing below grade level, either in a content area or for a specific skill. Students, one of the questions that we've had is looking at ongoing analysis and things that we've looked at. There's a correlation between absenteeism in our state data reporting. So we're looking at those students across the board, but also specifically looking at the students that we were able to red flag where we saw the correlation between their chronic absenteeism, which is greater than 10%, and their test scores. As we look as a system, especially with our size, our staff, especially from our academic intervention teams, as soon as we bring a student up, we can tell you the narrative of generally like why they were chronically absent, whether there was an illness that hit that student, there was an event in the family that impacted their attendance. Sometimes family travel plans impact what's happening. So as soon as we look at like, okay, why was this student a level 1 and they were chronically absent, we can then see narratively what took place there. And for the majority of those students, we see their attendance trending upward this year. So I think data point for us is to make sure that we're continually looking at student attendance and the correlation with performance. And that's something in our main offices that Mary and Matt both present to Jenna and I, looking at monthly attendance reports for us, so that if students start to uptick, that we're able to address that. So that was one of the key questions. Also, longitudinally looking at our scores, tracking the performance of kids from year to year. That's part of the ongoing work that happens through our IST teams. When looking at that longitudinal data, those students consistently generally receive tier 2 at minimum AIS interventions. And just to kind of break that down, tier 1 instruction, when you hear that vernacular, tier 1 instruction refers generally to the classroom instruction that happens at the grade level for every student. So then I may be performing slightly below grade level, and I might jump to tier 2 where you're looking at frequency and duration. So I may meet with the academic provider twice a week in ELA for 30 minutes, either as push into the classroom or pulled out into a small group. And then tier 3, you're going to increase the duration and the frequency. So now maybe I meet 5 times a week for 30 minutes, and maybe I'm singleton or in a pairing or a small group. So when you hear tier 2 and tier 3, that's what we're referencing there. Want to jump in here?
Another question that we had was in regards to discussing scores. So I think something that's come up a lot is our continuous diagnostics, right? So while the state test score is important and it's something that's discussed, we also have our in-house continued benchmarks. That's things like Dibbles and Renaissance, as well as our phonics and literacy program. So that's Foundations through Wilson and Benchmark Advance as well. And we're always looking at these diagnostics, and we look at these through our AAS team or our IST team, looking at scores, our regular data meetings, and then help to evaluate those AIS services. So when scores materialize and we notice that they're below grade level, we have a plethora of data points to look at rather than just one single item. So looking at things that are not just the one score.
What is the frequency of these meetings of the IST?
IST in GGM meets the second Wednesday of every month. Obviously, weather pending, but we meet at least once a month, if not more, as needed.
Thank you.
Yep. And then in regards to CBT, I know there's been a lot of questions about that. It's newer to most students in New York State. Of course, we're not teaching to the test specifically, but we are ensuring that our students are exposed to this formatting and the system. So we recently completed our CBT simulation, grades 3 through 6. And here's where students have the opportunity to explore the tools, highlight text boxes, things of that nature. But our teachers also have access to Nextera, where the test questions are hosted, released test questions for New York State, and every subject are, once the state lifts their personal embargo, then our teachers have access to those test questions as well. Our Benchmark Advanced Literacy program that we adopted this year also has their unit tests, and those questions are very similarly worded to those on the state exam, which is one of the points that was important to our literacy team as we selected that. And then things like continued professional development. Just for an example, tomorrow our literacy specialist will be in talking to teachers in grades 3 through 5 about different strategies that they can help utilize to enhance those skills for our students who are either taking the test for the first time or taking it for the second or third. AIS?
I've got one more AIS question.
Oh, yeah.
What are the qualifications for the people that are giving AIS instruction in GGM? I know that Dr. Cogliano had mentioned that there are certain qualifications that he would recommend people having. Do our AIS instructors have those qualifications? And if not, do we have a plan to get them those qualifications?
Sure, so I can start speaking about that, and then I'm sure Mr. Kamar will jump in. But so we have a literacy specialist in GGM who does serve all of our GGM students, and then I think also through middle school. Also services most through middle school. I know one of the questions in relation to that in my notes is about our ELL teachers as well. Similarly, so our ELL teacher will be earning her master's degree, which is not a necessity, but just a nice touch for us in May, June of this year. So as we look through those AIS services and the needs of our students, she'll have that certification as well. In the other content areas, of course, we offer continued PD and professional development. We have a superintendent's conference day coming up as well, where we'll offer more PD within content areas.
What about for the math part? Is Mr. Kamar going to answer that part? Sure. Okay.
And for the math component, and for ELA, for elementary ELA, AIS, you would have an ELA certification. For math, you can be a generalist.
Okay.
Like a K-6 elementary license would allow me to deliver that at the elementary school. For GFB, we have the same model where we have a teacher providing AIS in literacy and some math, and then as we get into the upper middle school grades, our math department also picks up some of the AIS instruction.
Is there some credential that, even if not required, you can get for math AIS?
It's interesting, the debate for a small district such as ours will continue to be volume of students, level of need, and then how many staff you have to provide that. Mm-hmm. So at the middle school level is really your gray area across your curriculum, where, for example, if I'm a 7th grade student, if my child's a 7th grader struggling in ELA and they're reading 2, 3, or 4 grade levels below grade level, having that literacy specialty from elementary to help provide that intervention. So if I'm a high school ELA teacher, I may not necessarily have all of the things that I might want to teach, like 4th grade reading skills, where your elementary literacy specialist would be able to help deliver that support and instruction.
Right. Is there something equivalent in the math, though? I guess that's what I'm asking.
I would have to look if there's a specific credential to math delivery, but your generalist can teach the math. And then your secondary math teachers can also deliver some of that math instruction. Yeah, but same component when you're a middle school student. My algebra teacher, globally speaking, right? If a student's needing basic foundational skills from 3rd and 4th grade, you might also in your district want to look at having somebody that has that elementary component to it to be able to deliver that instruction.
Right. So, sorry, I'm just not understanding. So it seems like there's an ELA specialist certificate that we can have and that our ELA person does have. And it seems like what's required in math is only that you have a generalist. Yeah. But there is an available certification for elementary math AIS or math skills, whatever you'd call it.
Your certification in teaching K-6 elementary would cover math, science, social studies.
Okay, but there's no like certification for people that need extra help in math. Okay.
So is there anything that we can do better to provide AIS services for kids who are delayed in math skills?
Yeah, I think annually we have to look at our population, volume of kids, level of need, staff that we have available. You know, so I think it's going to be, especially through the next several years as our district continues to grow. You know, we're holding water this year, you know, but as you add more kids into that, what's that going to look like? At some point, it's probably going to need to be revisited, looking at, you know, what level of support we put in place.
Would hiring a specialist help? If we had a full-time specialist, that would be wonderful, right?
Yeah, I think any time that you can deliver additional services, that goes for special education, for AIS, you know, the more staff generally you have, the smaller sizes and groups of kids that you can have to deliver. You know, like right now, we're stretching our one teacher for elementary ELA, you know, pretty thin, covering all of GGM and all of GFB. We're holding that line, you know, but as level of need increases and student volume increases, that's going to be something for us to consider. You know, so I think it's a conversation annually to have.
I would definitely encourage you to make those recommendations if you feel it's best for the students, and we will consider that.
Yeah, sure. All right.
Anything else? All right, thank you all administrators for all those reports.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Committee reports, who wants to go first? And I would note that the policy committee's minutes from their meeting a couple weeks ago is in the, has been provided. But anybody want to add any oral highlights or anything for your committees? Body, microphone.
I don't know if it's going to help, but the outreach committee, several of our ongoing efforts are continuing around the school, and at this, okay. At the same time, there are two new endeavors are moving forward. Through the dedicated work of Susan Mitchell and Bronwyn Rowantree, we are excited to announce a series of 3 community meetings we are calling fireside chats at different locations throughout the town. As the flyer states, the purpose of these meetings is to share ideas and gather input, and all members of the board have committed to attend as many of the fireside chats as possible. The details will be posted soon, and we hope to see as many community members as possible throughout the month of March. The 3 dates are the month of March, all in the month of March. The copy of the flyer that I circulated earlier is not a final draft. I think we're still confirming one of the dates. Is that?
Yeah, we just need to confirm the date with the Woodlands, but they're working on getting approval.
And then part 2 was a more mundane thing, but over the winter break, Chris Scanlon, teacher Jennifer Jones, and I spent a lovely day cataloging old textbooks in the weight room. There are hundreds, some from the 1960s, and we have given that list to the administrators, and we're awaiting their input as to what next steps can be taken with this inventory of books. And there are other rooms, of course, that have to be addressed.
Bonnie, we'll add them to a future agenda so the board can declare them obsolete, and then we'll somehow find some, like Follett or one of these companies that will recycle the books.
Okay. They're not, I don't mean to imply they're all from the 1960s, but I think they are all out of compliance with the current state curriculums.
Right,
and
and
things.
those we'll get rid of.
Jeff, how many years do they have to be out of compliance? Is it 5 years, 10 years?
Well,
20
it
years?
depends. Like for example, the state just changed to the next gen standards. So all of the curriculum materials that we use have to be in compliance with the next gen standards. So anything that doesn't meet those criteria, they've got to go. We can't use them anymore.
Okay.
So the Student Success Committee met. I completely forgot to do my minutes. I'm sorry. I will send them at some point in the future. But the basic headline is that we discussed the presentation that Dr. Cogliano and Mr. Kamar made at the last meeting. We reviewed outstanding questions that we had as a committee. We passed along some of those questions to the administration. We have more questions. I didn't want to overload you, so there's more coming. We're just parceling them out. And hopefully we will continue this dialogue with Mr. Kamar and Ms. Park around academics at the school. Not just test scores. Just test scores is sort of what we're focused on now, but we're also looking more broadly at the academic offerings. So if anybody's interested in coming to a student success committee, email me because the dates change. I'll have to tell you when each one is. All right, thanks.
You know, let me just add something to your question before. You asked about math specialists. They have math specialists, math interventionists, and math coaches. When we did our math curriculum recently, we had someone from BOCES come in. She was all of those things. So district decides, you know, we had someone, I think a couple of years ago. It depends on, obviously, the number of students, as Jared said, and, you know, the budgetary things and finding people who have those qualifications that we can attract.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll go next. I'm not going to talk too much about the policy committee because I'm going to talk later on. We have three new policies that we're going to be having our first reading on tonight. The student harassment and bullying prevention and intervention policy, as well as the student bullying and harassment regulation, and also the ex officio student member of the board policy. So I'll give you more details about that later. I have a question. I don't know if this is kind of question comment, but when reviewing the policies, I did notice that the senior trip policy needs to be amended sooner than later since they're going on their trip. So I'm wondering, can we do that as like an add-on, or do we need to meet to discuss that? Because it states that they only can go on the trip on non-school days.
Yeah, let me take a look at that, and I'll be in touch with the committee, and we'll Mr.
I'd
Shaw
like
will
to
be
correct
involved.
it so that they can go on their trip and we won't be get out of compliance with our policy.
Sure.
Right. Okay. For the wellness committee, we met. I don't have a report yet for that because we just met last night. But we were talking a lot about the Safe School Ambassadors program, which they spoke about earlier, that the students and the staff mentors went for training. And so we were talking in our group about ways to measure progress so that we can see how once the program's implemented, if we see a reduction in referrals for bullying. So we were kind of discussing ways to measure that. And then we were also discussing our website, and there's a lot of schools that have a social and emotional learning tab on their website that gives a lot of information about what programs they offer, and then it also has some educational materials about bullying, and we would like to propose something to be added to our website, and we're working on that.
I actually do have a question on policy. Is there a current policy on discarding old books?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Is it a regulation?
It's actually any asset of the district.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do we do an annual inventory of all the books that we have? I think that's required.
I don't believe it's been done. I think Bonnie and her team worked with the principals, and they're doing that now. The idea is to also create an inventory of books because we also want to know, usually 5 to 7 years, the curriculum goes out of date. So we also want to know for budgetary purposes, when we expect, the books to get replaced.
Okay, I think that, going forward, there should be an annual inventory that is done by all staff that needs to count the books and keep track of those books. What Bonnie and others are doing now is great to purge ourselves of books that are up to 60 years old, but I think we need to do a better job on an annual basis.
Eisenhower inauguration is current events.
Smithsonian might want one or two.
Anything else for?
No, I'm good.
Summer's out.
Just for the contingency budget committee, Will and I will meet with Jeff, meet with you to go over the contingency budget items, so we have clarity over that.
Okey-doke.
Thank you.
Anything else for committee reports?
What about like the audit and budget or finance committee? Is there anything for that?
No.
Okay.
Anything? Okay. OCSBA?
Yep. I have that on my phone, so I'm going to just check it here. Just give me 2 seconds. Okay. So at our on February 3rd, I attended the OXBA, which is the Orange County School Board Association meeting. The speaker for the evening was Colonel Christopher Holchak, a retired U.S. Army Civil Affairs colonel, and he is an author of a book called Travels with Harley, Journeys, Search of Personal and National Identity. He is the creator of a program called National Service Rides Project, which I found very interesting, and I'd like to share more information, with Mr. Kamar about it, because it sounds like through the Orange County Youth Bureau that they can come to our school and discuss service and provide a lot of great training for our kids. That's it.
I don't know if this is the appropriate time, but I would like to thank Operations and Maintenance for all the work dealing with the snow recently. It's on behalf of me, but I'm sure the board probably concurs with that. It's been a tough winter for them, and they've done a great job.
Yeah, multiple board members had wanted to mention that when I speak to board members about items for tonight. Multiple people did say, board members, they want to do a special thanks for various building, weather, obstacles that have been overcome. So thanks to everybody on the staff who's sorted everything out.
Yeah, we appreciate all the hard work. Thank you.
Especially altering your schedule to come in with space heaters. That was part of the pivot
And working through the night
and working through the night.
to get the classrooms up
Yep.
to a.
Do the best you can with what you got.
I think that was good, Bonnie. Thank you. All right, moving on to 7.1, approval of consent agenda items for personnel. There's all the way from 7.2 to 7.6. Anybody want to pull anything out real quick?
Well, 7.2,
You want to pull that out?
please.
Okay, that's spring coaches.
7.5,
7.5, anything else? Because any more, we'll just go through them.
8.14.
we're not-
Just sevens.
We're just doing sevens.
Any others? If there's one more, we'll do them separately. Okay, so do I have a motion to approve consent item agendas for personnel? Just make sure I got it right. 7.3, resignation of occupational therapist. 7.4, approval of home instructors. 7.6, substitute teacher / coach, and that's it. Do I have a motion for those 3 items?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. So going back to 7.2, do I have a motion to approve 7.2?
Did you want discussion on that? Or?
Not till somebody moves it, otherwise we just leave it.
Is anyone else interested in looking at the?
Well, we're either skipping it,
Yep.
or we're making a motion, then have discussion.
Make
So
the
do I have a motion for 7.2?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion. So now anybody with questions or discussion? So what's the question?
You're in executive session.
No,
No,
here.
here.
Can we get numbers to compare?
Use the microphone.
If we may have received numbers for the stipends proposed for the spring coaches from February 26 on compared to the prior semester? Are these?
These are all contractual.
So are they the same?
These it's based off of your step.
So we have no choice but to accept them.
Well, we can cut the program. We can not hire a coach and not have the program. We can cut the program. If we want the program, we need a coach. And if we need a coach,
That's right.
this is the amount we have to pay them.
So are you looking to
It's
cut
in the
any?
teacher's contract.
Right.
Yeah.
So we don't have to pass it, but
Right.
but that means there's no sports.
Are there any
But if you do
programs?
pass it, it's got to be this amount.
Right.
That's correct.
Do we know how many students are in each of these to be sure we can justify?
Well, I don't think they're not. the teams haven't had, there's no baseball team yet.
So if they get the number of students that are required, then they'll run the program.
think we have
But
to
we're
have a
just
minimum.
approving
Right.
that
So
they
there is a
would
minimum.
get paid this much if they get the students to do it.
We're not going to have a baseball team if only one person is interested.
That's correct.
And that's the methodology across the board?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Generally.
Can I ask a really stupid question? Modified baseball and softball. My understanding was that modified meant that they participated with other schools? Or is that JV? What does
I don't-
modified mean?
Modified does incorporate.
It's middle school? Okay.
Right. So
okay,
it's like,
okay.
in my mind, it's 7th, 8th grade.
Okay, so it's
But you might have
pre-JV.
I don't know if you can technically have a 9th grader.
But they play
or
versus
sixth
other
grader,
schools.
maybe.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Right. So it's middle school.
Are we generally able to field middle school teams?
Yeah. I've been to, I go to one of these games every year.
Okay.
One of each.
Thanks.
And so if we do not have the minimum number, we will then cancel that.
If we don't have enough for a team,
associated-
we don't have enough for a team. Yeah.
Right, we won't run it, right.
And when will we find out if these are all filled or not?
Well, they're getting together for the spring sports now, so the AD will let us know.
Okay, thank you.
There's a couple of new things in here, and I'm just wondering how they compare with what we budgeted for spring sports. Are they adding to the bottom line? We don't have an encumbered report of what's left in our budget. While I am totally in support of adding things, opportunities for our students, I want to know that we're going to make it throughout the year. So I have nothing to compare this to.
Do you want to bring that up under new business?
Sure.
Items for discussion? 9.0.
Bonnie, when you say nothing to compare to, do you mean from last semester,
To
last year?
what we budgeted for spring sports for this year,
So Bonnie,
which is the same amount because it's the same budget. Do we have the money
Right.
to pay this? I'm all for adding stuff, but not if we can't
That's right.
write the paychecks.
so Bonnie's asking for flag football. That's new, right? So that's $4,000. Where's that coming from? We didn't have that last year.
It's a great idea.
So on the
It's a
appropriation,
great idea, of course.
Might take the place of something else.
Sure.
It may. That's why I'm saying I don't know what the total budget for
The
spring
larger
sports.
picture is that when we look at, we're going to need an encumbered budget so that we know to make an educated decision on. We're going to need an encumbered budget because we're going to need to know where we stand almost exactly as we start coming a little bit closer to the wire.
And that's the real bigger
Yeah,
question.
but that's a
But that's a bigger question we're going to
bigger
bring up.
question as opposed to.
Because we can do everything we want, but if we're literally out of money, that's the concern. So what is encumbered? But we'll talk about that in a bit.
so
Sure, because if we don't have the money, then we're not going to put the.
Everything you're voting on is in the same boat.
But the argument could be made, we shouldn't be voting on.
We don't vote on it and we table it. I know that I understand that everything is coming out of the same pot, but if we're voting to add new programs and we're concerned that new programs were not included in the budget, should we be voting on new programs without an encumbered budget?
I think Will's point, to say it again, I think his point is bigger, whether it's new or not. What it is all coming out of the same pot. If the pot's empty,
Well, that's true. I just think it's probably more likely that when you're adding things, you're reaching the bottom of the pot sooner. And so it makes me more nervous than if we were just purely running the same programs. It seems more likely that we would run a smaller risk of running out of money.
So are you saying to table a couple of these items and pull them out because they are new and they weren't budgeted? They're new to the budget, right? A lot of these other ones are not. So
Right. I guess my question is, are we going to have an encumbered budget soon enough that we can hold off? And I don't know when the deadline for this decision is.
these programs probably start like next week.
Uh-huh.
but if you look at that, there's only a JV baseball team and a JV flag football team. There's no varsity. It's two sports. Like, how is that possibly more than?
I have no idea. I don't. It would be a guess. I don't know. is my only point.
Off the top of my head, I don't remember what we approved last year.
Well,
I'd have to see what we approved.
Mr. Kmart might have some
Yeah, just for
some
some
light
key
on
points
this.
for your discussion, I think that'll be helpful.
Thank you, Jared.
Looking at the issue is going to be spring sports start March 16th,
So
and
it's
I
a
think your next board meeting is a few days after that.
So we could hold off if we wanted and waited until we got.
No, I think
they
your
won't be able to start
meeting,
on
I think, is the
time.
19th.
We'd have to have a special
You
meeting.
could have a special meeting to
Right.
approve it.
Gotcha.
but
Right.
If we had the encumbered budget, then we could figure out where we stand.
And the JV flag football, I think where this got born out of, without speaking for Mr. Margada, just from some of the knowledge I have of it, JV softball was budgeted for at $2,396, and we don't have enough girls to support that team.
Okay.
So they're hoping they shift to flag football. There seems to be some interest in that they would have enough kids.
Pivot.
And this is that would be two people splitting that one stipend.
Okay.
So you've budgeted for 2,396, and this would be 2,054.
Can you repeat that?
So in your budget, you accounted for having a JV softball team at $2,396, and this would be, those two people would split that stipend of 2,054. So they're each at 50% of that. It's not a 4,000 total; it's 2,054. So that sport as an E1 is a little bit less than what you budgeted for JV softball.
Modified softball or JV softball?
The JV flag would be in place of JV softball. We had had last year.
Oh,
and
JV
this year's budget.
softball
Yeah.
was on last year. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
And was anticipated to be budgeted for this year. But now that we know that we're not going to have enough kids, flag would replace that.
So do you happen to know if you add all these stipends up for this budget compared to last year, what's the difference?
We're looking in the back.
It's in the
It was
it's in
89,000 total, I think, for athletics, but we got to disaggregate by season. We don't have it that way right now.
What about like varsity sports? Were they budgeted for?
I can add them. I
Yeah,
just can't
these.
see them.
And they're not included, so I'm thinking, right? So if we budgeted for them and they're not included, that means we're less that much money, which is going towards these other new sports.
Right. Yeah, this would be like an apples to apples switch. The money's there. Instead of it being JV softball, it would be JV flag.
Right.
Okay.
So Chris is adding up the numbers for. I found the agenda for the February 2025 meeting where they approved the spring sports. So they're all listed. So we'll have the answer momentarily.
Great. Thanks.
And this one here. is
Walter,
around-
do you have a copy of the budget for 25, 26? That'd be the easiest way to tell.
18,439.
This one here is around 15,000.
This is definitely.
This one here is around 15,000.
Are we, board members, are we concerned that we're spending more on spring sports stipends than last year? Or are
Yes.
some of us also concerned that we might be out of money?
Both.
Both.
Okay. So do we want to table this until we get an encumbered budget?
No, I don't.
I do.
I don't think you're going to have one by then.
It's a $3,000 difference.
So according to the back of the envelope calculations that we did, this budget or this stipend
actually-
list here is $3,000 approximately $4,000 less
Than last
than
year?
last year.
Okay.
I think with less kids, we've already saved a lot of money.
I don't think
with some of
we're-
our
I don't think we're
sports.
in danger of removing the sport. I think we're just looking to figure out where we are financially before we give it the go ahead. We don't want to put these in danger. We want to give everybody the opportunity to participate in these. I think we should just wait and table this. If we have to have a special meeting, it takes 5 minutes to approve this. If we had the information.
But are we going to have an encumbered budget in the next couple weeks?
I doubt it. The encumbrance process usually takes place in July and August.
Oh.
I only arrived back December. Been inundated. We're working. I'm training Mr. Bear with me 1 second. Let's see, Mr. Margada. I'm always under budget. So yeah, he in his budget. These are all within his budget. Okay, but we're not going to have an encumbered budget by then. We're trying to get a budget for next year together. Yeah. So as soon as we can, I will train Mr. Kaufman on how to encumber a budget, and we'll get that done.
So is anybody making a motion to table this vote, and or is there further discussion?
Well, Mr. Magata's stated that this is within his budget. The overall budget, I can't answer right now.
Being we've had the same budget for 2 years, you know, he probably knows it.
Yeah.
I'll move to table it, and let's see if there's interest or not.
Is there a second to table? Okay. So any other discussion before we, Bonnie, go ahead.
Well, this is going to recur on a number of upcoming items. So I think I understand it might be difficult to do an encumbered budget, but I still use a checkbook. And I know my bottom line for my household expenses. And I'm, as a board member, and it's not anybody's fault, but the fact that we're dealing with last year's numbers and inflation and, you know, things that have come up that have to be dealt with on an emergency basis for the safety or well-being of our students or whatever. I'm on shaky ground. I don't want to get to June and find out we're out of money. And I've got no reassurances when I this is only $4,000. I can't believe I'm saying this because I'm the last person that would want to take a $4,000 opportunity away from our high school students. And I would have loved to play girls flag football in the days when I could run. But I just don't know how you expect us to make, how the public, I ran that I was going to be a careful steward of the public's money. And I feel like I'm on quicksand. So that's my statement.
I concur.
Yep.
I'm gonna vote. I'm a no vote because I'm not spending any money on anything until I'm convinced we have it. Like I'm not gonna. The checkbook analogy is I want to buy something. I'm gonna ask my wife, is there money in the checking account to pay for this before I purchase it? I don't buy it and then hope there's money in there.
We just heard directly from the athletic director that there is money in the budget for it.
No, it's in the budget, but we've already overspent other things. Oil and other things have gone up. So we're spending more money than last year. So at some point, even if we spend the same amount on this, we spent other extra monies on other things. I'm not comfortable that we can pay our bills.
Okay.
Then you'd approve nothing.
Yes.
Correct.
We can't pause the whole
that's my
school
plan
district.
It's
I'm not convinced that I'm not saying I don't know if we're going to run out of money. I hope we run out of money on July 30th at 10 o'clock at night, but I'm worried that we run out of money June 1st or May 1st. Like, I don't know. And I don't want to have to not pay teachers or stop the buses or
special ed bills
something
that may
else.
come in.
Right.
So,
Everything's important. But I need to know the money's there before I spend it.
So I vote yes.
All right, so are we,
So we're
any further discussion?
put a motion together.
No, we had a motion in a second.
Okay.
So the motion before us is approving.
Just to clarify quick, Gary,
5, 6, yeah.
last year's budget for spring sports was $18,439. This year, it's reduced to $13,351. So I redid the math again. It's actually a $5,000 difference,
Okay.
right? Less money, but just so everybody knows.
Any other questions or comments?
Is there, so there's no way to see how many students, how many of these sports will have interest from students to justify their being in existence?
Well, I think that's kind of putting the cart before the horse.
Well,
We
it
plan-
depends on the sport. You know, how many people you need to field a baseball team versus a basketball team. So it varies by sport.
But if there isn't sufficient interest, the club won't run and the
Correct.
stipend won't be dispersed.
That's right.
Correct.
Yeah.
Jeff, in your recommendation, in the best interest of the district, and in our, means in our budgetary means, would you recommend that we approve it?
Well, I mean, I would, but again, I didn't develop the budget. I don't know. We didn't have an encumbrance, prior to now. I don't know what the plan was for that. I am working very closely with Mr. Kaufman, who's a new business official, and he needs to be trained. And as soon as we're able to get to that, we're getting to it. We also have to have a budget for 26-27, so we're working on a number of issues. So I don't see how the school has to continue to function. Even at this stage of the game, where we're in almost March, to make reductions, that's going to be very hard to do. But we do have to stay within the contingency budget. So we will get to the encumbrance process as soon as we can. But I can't guarantee it's going to be by the next meeting.
What are the implications of overspending the contingency budget?
I've never overspent one, and rarely have I had a contingency budget.
Contingency, they're pretty rare to begin with.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
Right.
So
I mean,
I
are we
would
facing
defer to our
legal-
attorney. David, what would be the ramifications or the consequences of overspending a contingency budget? And if that doesn't happen, what's the consequence?
It's hard to predict what the consequence would be right now, but all of you have fiduciary duty to stay within the budget. If it did happen somehow, the remedy would be consideration of a budget note, which would essentially be borrowing against the future year or years.
Or just, I would imagine, hitting it against the fund balance, correct?
Well, that's possible to do, but again, there really should be a sense of the encumbrances of the budget and staying within the budgetary.
Oh, I agree with you. I really want these programs to exist. Is anybody here comfortable guaranteeing me that we're not going to be $14,000 short before the end of the school year? Because if anybody wants to guarantee me that, I'll vote for this twice.
I have to say, I'm a little surprised that there seems to be so little concern that we don't have a very clear sense of where we are in our spending. I understand that there's been upheaval and there's been changes, but I would have thought that this was something that was being tracked all along and or if it hadn't been, would have been something that would have come to people's attention immediately as an issue, particularly given the limitations of the contingency budget. So are we saying that how comfortable are you that we are within the confines of the contingency budget? I know I'm not going to hold you to a precise answer because I understand that the budget hasn't been encumbered, but is this something where you can say I'm pretty comfortable we're within, or I truly have no idea?
I'm not sure. I do know that we've had a couple of unanticipated special ed costs this year. There have been some other areas that have been over budget, but there have been some that have been under budget. I am concerned about it. I have mentioned that to a few different folks. We just have to get it done, but we have a lot of other things to get done as well. We have to have a budget for 26-27 also, and we've had inundated with a number of issues. But yeah, this is an important issue, and we do have to get that done. And as I said, Mr. Kaufman is brand new, and he needs to be trained how to do this. And I'm working on training him in a lot of areas. So when we get to the expenditure part of the budget, which is going to start tomorrow, as we're doing the 26-27 budget, I'll also show him how to encumber the 25-26 budget. So we'll start working on it tomorrow, but I just don't want to, I want to manage your expectations. If you think we're going to have this in a week or two, I don't want to make any of those promises.
So, and this might be something that Mr. Biden might not know the answer to because this happened while you weren't here, but didn't we approve money for a mentor for Mr. Kaufman? So I would suggest if we have that money and we've approved it, if it's overwhelming to be training him and doing other duties, that we have a mentor for him that could be available that might assist.
I don't know that the mentor, if I'm correct, the mentor was Mr. Kaufman's predecessor, and he too was fairly new. He had a little bit more experience than Mr. Kaufman. I don't know how helpful he will be to Walter, but I mean, we could certainly reach out to him. But
Do you think it's not helpful?
I don't know that's going to be tremendously helpful. Yeah.
Jeff, are you?
How much money was budgeted, by the way,
Sure.
for that?
I can't remember.
Can't remember.
Okay. I'll do the best that I can. If I can find another person to come in and help him, I will. But I think it would be helpful to do it while we do the expenditure budget for 26, 27. We could do both at the same time.
Jeff, are you the person currently training Walter for learning this process?
Yes. Yeah.
Is that good, or do we need an extra person, a paid person?
I don't know.
I mean, the one we voted.
Not.
I mean, the previous one that was agreed by the board already. Or is it just better to save money and go with your knowledge?
I'm happy to. I'm enjoying teaching. I love teaching. I love mentoring people. Mr. Kalpin, it's going well. Would you say? It's just a matter of getting it done. That's all.
And you feel you'll be able to, as you're creating the budget going forward, you'll be able to go back and encumber.
Yeah,
at the same time.
the only concern, Will, is I was once a fiscal monitor, and I was put in place by the state into a district, and when we discovered that the budget was overspent, it was mid-year. So let's say you had to cut, say, $100,000. At July 1st, you cut one position for $100,000, you're all set. If you're at December 31st, now you need to cut two $100,000 positions because half the year is gone. So right now we're in March, so we only have 4 months of the year. So 6 months of the school year, are already gone. So yes, I'm very concerned. I am. But we're getting to everything as quickly as we can. I came back in December. It's been like drinking out of a fire hose, but we are going to get it done. We will get it done.
I don't want to get into details, but my assumption of how much we are over is deep in six figures. Unless Jeff has something different to say.
I know that the special ed, we had a couple of students last year because the annuals run past the budget time. And I think after the budget was adopted, there were a couple of students who went to residential placements, and that was quite expensive. It wasn't in the budget, but we had to cover that cost. And if I'm not mistaken, I think we might have had a couple of additional kids this year. So special ed wise, we're definitely going to be in the red this year. I'm not quite sure, in other areas. But as I said, the best I can do is while we're doing the 26, 27 expenditures, we'll do the encumbering of the 25, 26 budget. I wish I could tell you, that we'd have it like next week or whatever. But again, I want to manage your expectations. We're doing the best that we can.
Thank you.
What meeting was 140? It was back in July 16th. Oh, it was our July meeting? Yeah, so it was $140 an hour up to 50 hours.
So it's
$7,000.
Okay, but that wasn't budgeted. That was just approved.
Right.
We're still dealing.
Oh, that wasn't budgeted
That
either?
wasn't
No, that's
budgeted.
budgeted. That's going to be
That's a
another expense.
non-budgeted expense.
Okay.
If we had used all 7,000, we'd be 7,000 more in debt.
Okay,
So-
so that means me because I'm budgeted, I think.
So between now and 2 weeks, I understand. I don't understand, but I get what you're saying, that you couldn't do a full report, an encumbered report.
But
could we do a mini report? Could we get a status? I would love to be able to vote with this with an open heart. Okay?
If a report said we're in the black somewhere between 10,000 and 100,000, or in the red between 20,000 and 40, like that gives us an idea.
Yes.
I'm afraid that we're in the red 300,000.
Well, it is possible that what I can do is when our auditor finally gets back, I can ask him to do a fund balance projection with Walter. That's a possibility. That would be like what you're saying, kind of a mini, let's just a ballpark, where are we? I can have that done. I'll ask them how much it is first, how much it would cost for them to do it. I don't think it would be significant. We can do that while we're doing the encumbrance process. That's a possibility. So we can do a fund balance projection with the auditor, if that works. I'll let you know how much it is. Hopefully I can get a hold of them tomorrow.
Could we do that before March 16th when all these are supposed to start? I know it's tight, but
I would imagine they should be able to do that between now and March 14th. Yeah. Yep.
so we would have to have a special meeting if we tabled this for that.
Well, there was a motion to table that wasn't,
It was not seconded.
it wasn't, is there a second for the motion to table?
If you guys want to.
I motioned it, but there's no second.
Right, so I forget if I asked that already, but is there a second to the motion to
You
table?
did ask it already.
What's that?
You did ask it already.
Okay.
It hasn't changed.
I second.
But how can you do that once it was already not seconded?
Defeated. Okay.
Okay, so is there a motion to table? Do you want to renew your motion to table?
I would, no, I would,
There was no second the first time.
I
you
will
did it.
renew the motion to table. I think Bonnie was seconding.
Okay, so now we have a motion to table again.
We'll see
Is
if
there a
that's-
second is there a second?
I second.
So discussion on that.
we've had-
Just to
No,
vote.
I'm sorry, that's a
We already
privileged
did-
motion.
We already
It's a privileged
discussed it.
motion. There is no discussion, so we go right to vote. All those in favor of tabling signify by saying aye.
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 I was a no.
Bronwyn, did I catch you?
We all are. We all are.
I'm a yes, so it's 5-1 waiting on Bronwyn.
Well, since it doesn't matter, I'll say no.
No, so 5-2.
For you. Dig in your heels.
So this motion is laid on the table. We can bring it back
Well,
up.
if you don't mind, let me just text Mr. Marcotte and find out what the implications of tabling it are. But you say that we could have a special meeting at
Yes,
some point.
the plan is to revisit this before that
No,
March
absolutely.
16th deadline.
No, we must have a
Absolutely.
special
Yeah.
meeting.
But
And
that-
not
but-
2 days, not March 14th. I mean, in a week or two. Let's
Well-
get some numbers though.
I think everybody wants the
Yeah, everybody wants this.
activities to happen, provided they can do so
Yes.
responsibly.
Yes.
I understand
Yes.
your concern. It's something to be concerned about.
Yes.
All right, moving on. Just to be clear, we did not table that to a certain date, so which means we can bring it up off the table at our pleasure at any future meeting. Just technically.
I mean, I'd like to get some feedback from Mr. Margada on the programs and the potential impact, and then I think we should have a date in mind.
We need to know for certain the drop dead date.
We need to drop that date.
So
100%.
Okay, so do you want me to ask him to appear at a board meeting,
No,
or do you
no,
want to
let's get
just
that
give
date.
me?
No, you just need the
want to
date.
give me questions and
Just-
I'll have them
just the
respond to
date,
them?
drop dead date
Drop dead date.
for the spring program. To
So we can
start,
make sure
that we
if we
have
want
to
to
approve it.
we can have a meeting before then if needed.
I'll tell you right now.
Yeah,
how's
we don't
that?
have to have it
Right.
instantly, but sometime tonight.
All right, moving on to 7.5, which was also pulled, approval of GGM Math and Reading Club Advisor.
Can I ask a question about that?
Yes.
Okay, so I understand that the OT who was running Scribble and Stretch resigned. So is this additional advisor in any way replacing that OT's stipend? Why do we need a new person in the middle of the program?
I'm sorry, Brian. I was.
That's okay. I think Jenna's got the answer.
Oh, perfect.
We saw her walking up.
Jenna the rescue.
He's
Thank
ready.
you.
Hi. Is this? Okay. Miss Hackett was supporting last year as well, so this is not a new person. Again, just we're still offering the club. We're still offering clubs 2 to 3 days a week, K through 5. So it's just a continued support. Because go ahead.
I guess what I mean by new is the club's been running for a little while now. Has she been in this role from the beginning of this year's club, or is she coming in? And if she's coming in, is she replacing somebody, or is she just a new person?
Did you note the effective date is retroactive to 12/18?
I didn't note that. So was
So
that? But
she's
the
been on the
clubs
agenda
didn't they run before before December?
That was the date that she was first available, and she's
Okay.
been on the agenda several times. So that's the reasoning for that. But she has been assisting. She's kind of taken a step back because it hasn't been approved. But as I said earlier, I do find it essential to continue to run the clubs 3 days a week for our students.
What was our budget from last year?
I don't have it in front of me, but to my recollection, we are within the budget confines of what was budgeted for last year. I can pull it up if you like.
Well, and with Scribble and Stretch ending earlier than we thought, we have money that we would have spent for Ms. Larger, right?
Correct.
Okay.
She will still be, correct me if I'm wrong, Walter, paid out for the hours that she completed, and that paperwork's been submitted prior to her departure. But yes.
And everyone in that program has been informed that the program is canceled?
Well, not canceled. We had
Or-
originally actually planned to run it in 2 sessions, so it ended at the perfect time prior to the break.
Okay.
And we just won't be renewing a new session. So we did serve probably in total right under 40 students in that, probably about 36 students in Scribble from K to 5.
Great.
Yeah.
All right, do I have a motion for 7.5?
GGM Math and Reading Club. I'm looking here, Jenna. It looks like you have one person at $17.12, another person at $428, and another one at $856 in the 25-26 budget. Oh, and there's another one for $17.12. So you think you're in there? I can look it up. Just give me a moment. Sure.
Okay.
Are you going to take the same stance on all the items then, table everything until you have a clear picture, or just select items?
Well, select items, it's different if it's like a substitute teacher. It's like, we need a substitute teacher. Theoretically, we don't need a club. What do we need? We need lights, a building.
Right, so that's,
Right.
I'm just bringing that up
Right.
for discussion.
No, substitute teachers.
You have to have,
You
yeah.
have to have.
Yep.
Right, in my mind, that's different.
It is, you're
Right.
Are these substitute teachers both GGM and GFB?
Just to be clear, they've already been approved in the consent. We're only on 7.5, the GGM math.
But yes, there'll be
Substitute
substitute
teachers were
teachers at
already
both
approved.
buildings,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you. Well, I'm
Right.
good with it still.
So you're looking at it, just while we're, to save time, do I have a motion to approve 7.5?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
And so we're waiting for
So just
more
to
information.
reiterate Jeff's point, we had budgeted 17.12 for one person, and then kind of like a split position for the next, and then another person at 17.12. So Miss Lager would be paid out somewhere around one of those splits, I'm assuming. I don't have the number in front of me, but yes, this would be budgeted for. We also run on Thursdays GGM Art Club, which is a separate line, which has also been budgeted for.
I don't understand why we would not approve the sports, but approve the club.
I'm not approving, I'm against this.
I
because
agree.
because the sports also were under what the budget from last year
Right,
was.
no, I'm
Yeah.
voting no for this,
Okay.
this one also. Because I don't know if we have the money.
Right.
Once I'm convinced we have the money, I'm for it.
I'm not a no, I'm a table.
Well,
Right.
a better way to say it,
So
yes.
do you want to table all of this? Because this has been tabled before. This has been, this person has been sitting out the clubs.
I want to have, I want to
No,
have.
but she's been doing the job though,
Right.
so
That's
potentially
my
we're
point.
not
It's
going
a
to be
little
paying
different
her for her work.
Than tapping the
If
brakes
there's no,
on something
we
that
can't pay
hasn't
her if there's no money.
been formed versus something that's already ongoing and budgeted for.
I
There is
just
no
wanna-
money.
I just want to get an understanding
Right.
of where we are. It's not about the role and job, doing a good job or not. It's not that. Just like the sports programs, I want them all,
Right.
but let's know where
Once
we
again,
are.
this is something that's already ongoing. This is in the, it's in the works. It's already,
But there isn't the money.
the rubber's on the road.
We have to take the blinders off. There are some anti-school people out there that I think were a force behind the budget not passing. They've tied our hands, and now we're stuck with numbers from 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. I don't understand how we can be doing the same programs 2.5 years later for the same money. That's why I'm convinced. Plus, we have special ed increases here and here. Every time we say, oh, we saved a little money, we're saving $1,000 here, but then unexpected expense of 100,000 or 20,000 or 50,000 for special, whatever it is. So I'm not convinced the money's there. Until I would love all these programs, but the most important thing is there's teachers to show up to get the kids here and teach them reading, writing, and arithmetic. Everything else is secondary until I'm convinced we can afford it.
Anything else you want to add to the conversation, Jenna? Yes, please.
So I understand, and as I shared, Miss Hackett has kind of taken a step back with the understanding that she's been tabled at several meetings. However, as I shared, we have not precluded any students who have signed up for this club, and that's one of the reasons that she is integral. So I understand, and I totally understand the monies aspect of it. However, again, we do have students coming to club tomorrow. We've hosted club every day this week that we were able to without a snow day, right? So I'm not sure that all of our advisors would be comfortable continuing to independently serve students in a 3-grade band as individuals, right? It's behavioral support. There's a lot of personalities and a lot of different needs in these clubs. So I understand what you're saying, but Mr. White asked me to add, so that's just my last 2 cents, and I appreciate and respect your point of view.
Thank you, Jenna.
Thank you, Jenna.
Yeah, I'd like to see these things through fruition.
If we can afford them.
I'm gonna roll the dice.
So I think what I understand Will to be saying is that because this club has already begun, we're in a different situation than we are with the sports, which have not yet begun. And so the costs have already been incurred to a certain extent. And I guess the solution would be to just pause the club until this was resolved, but that seems disruptive for families that have built schedules around these clubs running. So is that fair, Will?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
But
Thank you.
am I understanding that Ms. Hackett has slowed down her activities with this? Jenna? Well, yeah.
Well, she put in time, she's paid.
I don't have her exact attendance. She does support as needed, right? We've had students we had a 3-hour delay today, so we had 4 of the students were out for club today. I don't think that she stayed today, again, because she's aware that she's been tabled. So, yes. In short, yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
David, I have a question for you. In a typical school year, not a contingency, if a school district was blindsided by a special ed placement or 2 that would put the district over its expenditure budget, the board could elect to vote for an increase in the budget to cover that special ed cost. It's a very unusual, or I shouldn't say not common event, but it's something that they can do without voter approval because it's a special ed issue and children need to be educated. Since we did get a couple of special ed kids that were unanticipated, is that same rule allowed under a contingency budget?
It's not supposed to be allowed under a contingency budget. In the former situation, you would take unassigned fund balance, appropriate it, increase the budget by that amount. So the contingency budget concept is spend no more than what you raised in the previous year's levy, and also whatever state aid you get and other revenue you have.
Okay, so it's a whole different scenario. We don't have that option open to us.
No. The other possibility might be bonding, but that would be a little extraordinary. So I think it's best to see what the encumbrances are and try to plan the rest of the budget year.
Okay, thank you. Well, you can't blame me for trying. Because I would say that's the biggest area in the budget that concerns me about being over budget. Not the only, but the biggest.
Yeah, just to be clear, all my concerns about not sure where we are with the encumbered budget is nobody's fault. It's things that happened weather-wise, special ed placement-wise, things like that, which, the people that, again, were anti-school and voted down this budget didn't think about those things. They thought we were going to be, trimming waste, and it's pretty clear that between the contingency budget and our auditors, there was no waste. So now we have these extra expenses. I don't see how we do not run out of money. It's just a matter of when, how close we're gonna get. Unless we do some major cutting.
Gary, you cannot make a motion to say no to this, right?
I forgot where we were. Did we? We made a motion. We made a motion in second. So we're in discussion. We're in discussion.
What, did we get an answer on Marco yet?
I don't think that's what he's saying.
He writes, I said, if the board tables the coaches tonight, what's the drop dead deadline to approve these? He responded, not sure, but we can start the season with coaches without being approved. No, we can't do that. We've done that. No, we can't do that. We can't ever do any work without board authorization.
So when's the first, Jared, when's the first practice for any one of these sports?
Discussion for the other item, aren't we? For Mrs. Hackett? We're still discussing Mrs. Hackett, and then we're switching to something else.
And just bear in mind that, we're gonna ask coaches to oversee a program, there's signups and paperwork and team meetings, and there's like a little bit of lead time, to be ready to move it on the roster, so, as much time as you can give it.
Okay, so March 16th is a Monday. I know we're not on that topic, but it's connected to the topic, because if we're gonna have a special meeting, right, and we know it's less than, 3 weeks away. If we table this item as well and put that together with the sports, we can review where we are with the fund balance and then basically approve all of them at the same time, once we know where our budget is. We're gonna have a special meeting anyway.
Okay. I'm not going to agree, but that's okay.
I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah, I wouldn't agree to that either. I think that the ship has sailed and you're well out.
I think we have to have a consistent message, and I think saying no, tabling one and not tabling the other when they both have a financial impact.
So we might end up canceling the classes that are already.
Worst case scenario, if there's no money, that's the worst case scenario. I hope and pray that we can pay Andrea Hackett for what she's already done and what she will do. But I can't promise to pay her until I know there is money to pay her. Voting for it doesn't make the money appear. I have to see proof that the money's there.
Yes.
That doesn't just happen, you know.
Right, like
You know, wave your magic hand and all of
It's not about the programs. It's not about the people. It's about the money. Where is the money? Can we pay for things?
And we keep talking about all these extra items over and over. Those are big numbers that we're over on certain budget items. So any further discussion? Are there any motions to table or anything else? Because there's the motion in second to pass this.
Do we have to vote on that first?
No, not if there's a privilege motion, if somebody wants to move to table it.
I would table it.
Is there a second to table? I'll second that. All those in favor of tabling this, as long as to whatever date we meet again, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
No. Oh, aye. What did we say? Aye.
Either way, it doesn't matter.
You're saying to table it so you don't spend the money until such time as we have a better idea?
Right.
Okay.
The same as the last one, but there was only two votes for the table.
That's right.
Me and Chris. Was it all five, or I didn't hear all five voices though.
Aye.
He's
No,
he's
I'm
tabling
voting,
it as
no,
well.
I'm voting on no.
Oh, you're a no.
No,
To table?
not tabling.
Not tabling.
Just saying no.
So you want to spend it?
No, I want to say
No, he
no.
wants to
He
vote
wants
on
to
it.
say,
So
He
you're
wants to
tabling
vote.
it?
No, I think we should make a decision now.
Oh, well,
Okay, that's good.
okay.
Oh,
but-
I see.
Right.
Okay.
So then we'll yes, exactly right.
But
So
you're,
then we're
that's
gonna-
one vote at a time. So were you guys both,
did you guys vote? I didn't hear anything.
I didn't hear you two. Did Chris hear them?
I did. They all said yes.
So it's 2 to 5.
I didn't vote.
I didn't
So
vote.
that's to make
Okay.
2 to 5.
So
Okay.
then
No,
you
no,
guys
they
want to
didn't
go
vote.
back
I
through the
didn't vote
table
yet.
again?
Neither one of them.
That's why I didn't hear them. Chris said, okay, they're saying they haven't voted yet.
I didn't vote.
Are you gonna vote? Are you keeping us in suspense?
We're waiting.
Very conflicted about this.
So it's 2 to 2. We're waiting on 2 more. No, wait. It's 2 to 3. 2 to table, 3 not to table. 2 people were waiting to vote. You can vote yay, nay, table, not table, or recuse yourself.
Just one more time. we're probably going to have a special meeting March 11th to approve this, so it could start on the Monday the 16th. So
Do you guys, you want to put it on there? You want to say March 11th?
I keep telling you, it's not that many days away that we can't pause this for just a brief amount of time to get the answers, at least some ballpark figure on where
Don't we have
are.
something going on March 11th? We have a fireside chat.
Fireside chat, we can meet there.
The date wasn't finalized, right?
Well,
We're saying-
you understand where are we now?
If you want
We're
to
in
table
the-
this until March
we're-
11th,
Notice all of those.
I want to table it for the week of March 9th,
still
right?
voting on the date.
Someday during that week. Pick a day, I don't care which day. It has to be that week.
But that's assuming we magically get the
Yeah,
answers, which he's
Jeff's
saying
going
we
to make a
most
best
likely
effort to make that.
I will.
we don't.
I will call the auditor tomorrow and get him working on it right away. And he'll do a fund balance projection, and we'll work on that.
But we still need to approve the amount that he's going to charge us.
What I can do with that is I'll find out what the amount is. Gary or I can ask the board, and if you say yes, then at the next meeting we'll approve it.
and if we say no,
If you say no.
To the auditor?
If the
Or
price is
tabling.
too high, this cannot be done in-house?
Again, it's just a matter of time and all the things that have to be done. I will do my best, but I will see how much it costs. I don't think it's going to be that costly.
To find not that costly.
more than $1,300.
I wish I can't speak for the auditor, but I'll call and I'll get a number and I'll reach out to all of you. I'll tell you what it is, and you can tell me yay or nay, and you can ratify it at the next meeting if you agree to it. How's that?
But have we finished the
No,
vote?
before I vote, can I ask David a question?
Yes.
So, okay, I just want to make sure I'm understanding this. It seems to me that what I heard you say was the repercussions for overspending the contingency budget are perhaps not clear, but they're not good, right? We have a fiduciary duty to remain within the bounds of the contingency budget. I also heard suggested that we could use fund balance to pay for overages. And I heard you say, no, we can't. We can't do that. That's not an option. Not in a contingency budget. We cannot transfer fund balance. I expressed surprise that given that set of circumstances, we didn't have a better handle on where the budget was, and I had thought that would have been something that would have been happening all along, and so I'm concerned to find out that it hasn't been, but we'll put that to one side. Is that understanding correct, David, that we cannot overspend the contingency budget and that we cannot transfer fund balance if we find out in July that we actually overspent by $50,000?
Dave, just technically speaking, there's a privilege motion on the floor, so there shouldn't be more questions in debate. So does anybody object to, does anybody object to this question? No? Okay, so fine, just for the record.
Everything that you recited is accurate.
Did I miss anything important that I should have said?
No.
Okay, thanks.
So what's your vote?
Table.
Table.
Okay.
So 4-3.
4-3.
Motion is tabled with no specific date, but with the expectation it is done in 2 weeks.
The week of March 9th.
Okay. So we are moving on. We've finished all the 7, so we're up to consent agenda business.
I would like to thank Andrea Hackett for actually working through this.
Yes,
I know
and-
she hasn't been approved, but we do appreciate her working through this.
And I
Completely appreciate her,
Yes.
right? This has nothing to do with her, and I'm sorry that she's feeling the repercussions of this contingency budget so personally.
Yes, and we are hoping to be able to pay her once we can confirm the money's there. All right, 8 point, well, all the 8s. Anything pulled?
We have to pull 8.3, don't we? Because
We do, yes.
Yes,
Right,
that
we're
was
just
that was a
pulling
given,
into
yeah.
the
Not there yet.
8.3 is pulled automatically. We've all agreed to
8.3's gotta
that.
get pulled.
813?
8.7.
8.7, 8.2,
13?
8.6.
8.6, hold on. 8.6. John Michelle, you said 13?
13, please.
Okay. Anybody, anything else?
That's what we're pulling?
Yes, so to be clear, do I have a motion to approve consent items under business .1, .4, .5?
What about point 2?
Point two.
No, somebody
No,
said
no,
pull
it's
point
pulled.
2. Bon,
Pull the CSP.
Who pulled point 2?
Bonnie pulled point 2. Right, let me read them out, read them. Let me read them again.
This is to be pulled.
No, this is what
Not
we're
to be
voting
pulled,
on.
To be approved.
I got everything that's pulled.
You got it? Okay,
So
good.
I'm looking for a motion to approve items 8.1, 8.4, 8.5, 8.8, which is the DARE program, 8.9, 8. I'm sorry, we have to pull 8.8.
8.7 we can approve, right?
8.7.
No, the policies, we have to read them.
8.7 is the calendar.
Yeah, we can approve that.
No, I have questions about that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you guys keep saying, somebody says yes, that's it.
I thought it was just about money.
Right.
Sorry.
We have to pull 9 and 10 and 11 and, the policies have to get read. And then, so also approving 11 and 12.
Can we ask questions about 11 and 12?
Yeah, sure. You want maybe a simple question to keep it? Okay.
But on, let me just flip to that page. Well, basically, one of the lawyers in David's firm, I guess, we're switching one representative for another. And I just wanted to know if the cost is the same.
Oh, yeah, it's the same cost. It's because one person resigned. So we
Right.
need somebody. So we're just appointing Beth Harris, who we've worked with.
I just wanted to ask because sometimes somebody in a law firm might be senior to somebody else,
Right.
so their price
So
might be
they're
more.
higher hourly
So
rate,
I'm
right.
just wondering if it's I'm sorry? Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
And 12, you had a question you said too?
And 12, I was just wondering, with switching to the white glove service, if, does that raise our overall cost to
No,
do
it's a
this?
savings.
It's a saving. Well,
Yeah.
I heard it was a savings per hour over what they're currently giving us. But is it a savings over the person that was Miss Larger?
I believe it is,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Do we know the total difference? The cost savings? Even a ballpark is good.
So there's many districts who don't hire on-staff OTs, so I think we should all consider for next year continuing with this model.
All right, do I have a motion to approve the numbers that I just read?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. So going back to the things we pulled, 8.2, Bonnie, you had an issue? So, I'm sorry, first, you asked to pull 8.2.
We're not going into exec session on this?
Oh, if you want to, that's fine.
Yes.
Okay.
On item 8.2, Bonnie? Okay.
So that's yes, okay.
Yep. That's a good
8.3,
place
we're holding till after exec. 8.6, the roof repair, we're holding till after exec. That was multiple people. 8.7, the school calendar. Do I have a motion to pass that?
I wanted to
It doesn't
just
cost
vote.
anything.
No, I just wanted to discuss.
We have to have, can't discuss it till we have a,
Not yet.
can't discuss it till we have a motion. Do we have a motion to pass that? Second,
Second.
discussion. Susan.
So I misplaced my calendar. Can someone hand me? Thank you. So my first question was just about snow days. I don't see snow days on here.
There's 3 days built into that one. It's not on the bottom.
Yeah, 183.
You see it?
So yeah, so we have 183 days right there, and mandated by the state to have 180. So we have 180 school days plus 4 conference days, 184 days for teachers, and we have 3 potential snow days in there.
Okay. So where, as a district, where do we've allowed, instead of, like, once we use up our snow days, we go to remote learning.
Correct.
Is there an opportunity to have discussion about that and whether or not we should continue that model?
Well, that's the model that all the districts are using. They use up the snow days first, and they go to remote instruction.
So all the districts in the county are using remote instruction?
Once they run out of snow days, yes, they go to remote instruction because legally we're mandated to have a minimum of 180 days. We also have to have a minimum number of hours we have to do as well. So we have to keep track of both.
Even though there's a mandate of 180 days, if the state has an emergency declaration, can't we apply to?
Yeah, well, you got to be careful with that because there's always the fine print where we'll give you that unless, of course, at some point later in the year you can make that time up. If you can't, I mean, if you can make the time up, then we're not giving you the freebie. I think that was on this one as well, right, David? The governor will give you a break if you don't have another opportunity throughout the rest of the year to make that day up. So it's not, they don't just give you a full pass.
That's correct. There was a memo issued a couple of days ago about the 23rd, which was Monday. And if a district used all of its snow days plus the 23rd, as Chris said, the 23rd would be a forgiven day.
Okay.
And you wouldn't have had to use remote because many districts were coming out of the break and couldn't really do remote. So it was said.
But do we have to make, how do we apply for the 23rd? And do we have to make that up in June?
You wait to see whether you need it, and then there's an application made. There's actually an attorney's certificate attendant to it that gets sent to the state.
But do we have to make it up like Jeff said?
Oh, you only make it up if you have that flexibility within calendaring. If you run out of flexibility, then that day is forgiven.
So that's something we should be applying for this past Monday?
At the end of the year.
Only if you need it, if
Right.
there's some reason, but at this juncture, there's no reason for us to get that day unless some other emergency happens that we're not able to
So how many
fulfill.
snow days do we have left?
We have none.
We have none.
Right, so what?
That's why I'm saying
We go remote.
We should apply for.
Wednesday, there's more
We
snow
go
days.
remote.
And my point in bringing this up is just that I feel that the value of in-person learning is so much better than remote, and that if I would, as a parent, want to give back a vacation day and have my kids go in person, I can only speak for myself, rather than have them do a remote
And that's
day.
what we would do. And that was what we do. And if you guys are concerned about the expenditures, if we had gone below 180 days, we will lose state aid, so our revenue would also go down. So we don't want to do that either.
Any other discussion on this?
Yeah, quick question here. We just got through winter recess and some of the other districts around us didn't have the full week off. So one of the thoughts was I'm looking here that we're coming back a week before Labor Day. Wouldn't we want to apply maybe some of those days to extend the summer break?
I'm sorry, Will.
Yeah.
Could you say that again?
What days are you talking about?
We're coming back, the first day of school is September 1st, right?
Yep.
And so we're gonna be back for 4 days, then you get your Labor Day break,
Right.
and then we're coming back for another 4-day week. So I guess my point is that, to sort of, filch a couple of days here and there, some of the other districts didn't get a full week off, during President's Week, if you will.
Monroe Woodbury was only out Monday through Wednesday.
Yeah. So what we do, and we got into the teacher's contract, was that we do a superintendent's conference on the 26th and the 27th. So that gives us 2 of our conference days in August, which is beneficial for us. We want to do the February break because we believe kids need a break, intermittently to catch up, take a breather. We don't really want to not have a February break.
But I thought that in the past, when I had asked questions about the calendar, I was told that we do the same as across Orange County. But it sounds like we're not.
There, last year, or is it this year, BOCES had a different calendar. They didn't take the full week off, and I think there was a district or 2 that did that as well. Many of the other districts like us, we did the February break. I'm a big proponent of keeping the breaks for kids because they do get overwhelmed and they need some pacing. They need time to catch up or relax. This calendar is very similar to the same one last year and the one before that, except for the addition of this isn't impacting us this year, but the Lunar New Year and the Juneteenth holiday in June, which we're not legally mandated to have. We really don't need it because it's on the 19th. If it was on the 20th, we'd be required to take Monday off. But because it's on a Saturday, we don't really need to, but a number of the districts decided that we should take the 18th to observe it. So that's an option for the district, for the board, if you want to make a change.
If there's no objection, can I ask the public what they think about the calendar?
What do you parents think?
You wanna-
Okay. All right.
Lauren Carson, I do not agree with having the whole week, President's Week off. We have 2 full weeks off for Christmas and New Year's. We then have a full week off in February, and then we have a full week off at the end of March. It's a lot on working parents that be off that much.
Okay.
Erica Stearns, I think that there's a lot of research that shows that yes, students need breaks, but they also need the continuity and the structure of school. So if you're taking off 2 weeks at the end of December, or a week and a half at the end of December, and then, as a teacher, you get your kids back in January, and it takes a week to get them into the flow, and then it takes another week to actually get going to new content, and then you have a good flow, and then now we have another week off, and then we start the process all over again. Whereas if you just had 2 days off, or even Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and students go back Thursday, Friday, it gives them that break, but it also is not as detrimental maybe to their learning and the breaks that they have. And parents that want to take their students traveling that week, because I work in New Jersey and many of my students go away the full week, the parents just take them out of school and it's an absence. It is what it is. So, if I was a parent who wanted to do that, I would just take the absence.
I'm not asking you to put down a mic, Eric. Hold on. Are we legally mandated for the Lunar New Year?
Yes.
The 17th? Yeah, I thought that was last year. They made that a holiday. So you get whacked with that in the middle of the week.
Do we follow other districts? What other districts do?
Yes.
Because I mean,
I thought Susan just said she didn't think so.
Yeah, I think there was some variation.
I can tell you
There's
that
variation, but there's a number of districts doing what we're doing.
For sure, Monroe Woodbury just does their February break Monday through Wednesday, or at least did this year.
and Chester only did Monday and Tuesday.
Yeah. So, it's looking ahead, obviously Lunar New Year is a bit of a conundrum because it's smack dab in the middle of the week. But, it's, going back to where, and then you get to use the date somewhere else. That's, and coming back to Labor Day. Okay.
All I have it is stuck in this mountain of papers.
We're half days, right? We have half days there in June?
I have another question, just about the spring break. Is there a reason why it starts on a Friday versus just like the 1 week of spring break?
Good Friday.
Oh, that's Good Friday? Is that typical?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't think we're ever going to have 100% consensus on every possible permutation of this calendar. So where are we on voting on this? Are there more questions? I'm not sure where we are.
I think we should hold on.
But it doesn't cost you anything.
It doesn't, you're right. It's a freebie, but maybe it needs a little more.
You ready to take
We can always amend it.
Oh, sorry.
I was about to say we can approve it
If I
and amend
feel
it
that it's the
later.
right thing to do.
As long as we have parents weighing in, the two things that I think are hard on families is that we do have school at least half day, it looks like, the day before Thanksgiving, and I know sometimes people like to get out and beat the traffic for that, and then also the day before Christmas Eve, that might be, or the winter break. I don't know how our families out there feel if we were going to move days out of the February break, where they would want to apply them.
Oh yeah, the 23rd of December would be nice, I think, for families to have more time.
I think
around
consistency with
Christmas.
other districts is important, though, and I don't think that we should just kind of survey the public and see, okay, what day do you want off? What day do you want off? I think consistency is important, and we should either pick an approach, whether we do it with all of Orange County or we just do it with what Monroe does. Or
It sounds like there's other schools other than Monroe and Orange County that do different. So maybe if you want to be in line with our peer districts or our neighboring districts, maybe we should do a survey and see what they do.
We've done that. There's a committee at the chiefs meeting. There's a committee of people that work on the calendar, and the districts all work together. We meet and we discuss our calendars. And there's another number of districts that are doing exactly what we're doing. There are some districts that are doing something different. But if you need that information, I can provide it, who's doing what. But we're in line with a number of the other districts as well.
Which calendar aligns best with the BOCES schedule? Because we do have students that go there. And if we're off and BOCES is on, do those students
Well,
miss
as
out?
I said, I can provide you with all that information. We can always amend the calendar in the future if you care to. I would recommend that we approve it, and then we can always change it at some future date. But I think Gary had set he wanted to have a 10 o'clock hard stop tonight.
I'm at 10 a.m.
We're already yeah.
We're looking at yeah. I would suggest everybody can vote the way they want, that we approve this, and then we figure out which committee calendar should go under, and we could always make changes. Now, I'd prefer to make any changes sooner than later, so a committee would have to volunteer and be like, address this quickly, because if we are going to change it, we should do it sooner than later. But we need a committee to volunteer for that, and that's just my idea.
All righty. So you want to approve it tonight, and then we'll.
That's just me.
I'm going to pass a motion to table it.
You do want to table it?
I do.
Okay, is there a second to table? Okay.
I'll
so-
second your motion.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'll second it.
All those in favor of moving to table this signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I'll go aye.
Okay, so motion carries. We got four. I don't know. I didn't think what I would have done, but so this is tabled. But is there a committee that wants to take? I don't want to create a calendar committee. Is there what committee would this best fall under?
If there's no objections, I can offer the Student Success Committee because I think it's academic-y.
Yeah. Okay.
And I will try to get everybody together ASAP to talk about this.
Yeah, what I would like to see is what those two. You sounds like there's kind of like two scenarios. There's the one that we chose, and then there's like that alternate one. I'd like to see what that alternate one is, and then consider what's the pros and cons of each.
So Jeff, it sounds like you already have that info. So if you could just pass it along, that would be.
I do, but I don't have it here. But
No.
Yeah.
But yeah, later.
Gary, do you want to skip to public comment before
Do you guys
they've been
not
here
have
for?
public comment? No, you're good. Okay. We would have skipped. All right, we're almost there anyway. Okay, all right. 8.9. So that's okay. 8.9 approval of policy concerning ex officio members. Do I have a motion to approve the first reading of policy 2245 as listed in the agenda?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? And just to be clear, we don't have to really read it because it was sent out with the agenda.
Yeah.
So all those in favor?
Well, can I just explain it just so that everybody knows what this is, or is it not the time?
Well, I read it. It's a big.
Let the public, just
For
so
the
that they
public?
know this
Okay.
is mandatory. We have an ex officio student already in place, even though we didn't have the policy, but we were following the policy.
But it's a brand new.
It's a brand new policy.
No,
yeah.
it's a brand new dictate from the state.
I think
Right.
it was last July.
Yeah, this year.
This year, yeah.
Okay. Anything else? I didn't mean to cut you off. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Do I have a motion to waive the second reading of the policy so that we can adopt it tonight?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
I think that's privilege. Is that a privileged motion? So any discussion on that? All those in favor of waiving the second reading?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Motion to adopt and approve the policy 2245. Do I have such a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. We have a new policy. 8.10 is policy, there's several of them, but it's 0115, 0115R, and a student form concerning bullying and prevention. Do I have a motion to approve this first reading?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Can you explain it a bit?
Yeah, so this is basically, it's not a new policy, but they've consolidated old policies into a more succinct policy. And it includes, basically everything that we prohibit discrimination, harassment. It defines the policy, defines the the definition of discrimination. It talks about prevention, training, everything that's necessary in order to, to be able to abide by the policy.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Do I have a motion to waive the second reading of the same said policy?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? I'm sorry, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So now we move to, do I have a motion to adopt and approve said policies?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All those, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you, everybody. We did that quickly, but thank you to the committee.
Actually, I just want to say, this was a collaborative effort.
Yes.
Not only of the committee, but of the DASA coordinators and the school counselors. So there was a lot of input.
I was going to say, it sounded simple, but it took a lot of work to get there. So thank you for everybody. There'll be more policies coming. 8.13 was pulled. Jean-Michel, approval of athletic trainer contract.
We have to do the R, though. Did we just do the
No,
R?
we did them all together.
Okay.
Yeah, they were one item on the agenda. Motion to approve 8.13.
Wait, I pulled that.
We didn't table it though, so we're moving it so we can discuss it.
Oh, yeah.
8.3, is there a motion?
We can't discuss?
To table it?
No. Motion to consider it.
And then we move to table it?
Are we gonna table it?
I think some executive session. Well, maybe not. Actually, no, that's not executive session. Well, tell me when I can discuss it.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
If we can just skip it. If everyone we can just skip
So
it.
we're ready. I think we just did it. So moved and second.
Okay. So discussion on 8.13.
Okay, so my question is, have we had somebody in this position before? A trainer?
I don't.
So I have a statement from our AD. We did. Our current lack, and the reason we're doing this, our current lack of developmental opportunities or formal feeder programs created a significant gap, leaving our athletes behind their peers in both sports experience and technical skills. Neighboring districts have feeder systems or students pay for expensive private clubs and opportunities for travel teams. Few of our athletes participate in these outside programs. This means our school program is their sole source of development. Without some type of strength and conditioning training, our students remain stagnant for months of the year, while their competitors have opportunities to train year-round. In the past, we've had clinics with trainers coming in, but not in a while. Hiring a trainer is a necessary equalizer. The money has been budgeted for, and the cost is fairly inexpensive in terms of sports training and well under the budgeted amount. It will help our coaches and bring focus from remediating basic physical deficits to teaching game strategy. By investing in a trainer, we move away from a reactive model and begin proactively building varsity-ready athletes who can compete on a level playing field from day one. Currently, with the exception of volleyball, we're not able to compete at that level.
So that will be accomplished in 5 sessions?
Well, something's better than nothing, I would guess.
Did we have this last year?
No, I think it's been a little bit since we've had that. And if you want to stick to your policy of tabling things that until we have a better fix on the budget, unless they're required, then that would make sense.
When was this going to start? Do we have a date on when this will start? Is it?
Well, it wouldn't start till the spring sports start, right? It's
Yeah.
winter sports are over.
Yep.
Winter sports are over.
Oh, okay.
This might have been in the interim. I'm not sure.
I mean, there might be some issues. There might be some athletes that are nursing an injury right now.
I just have a lot more questions. So
A lot more questions?
no, I mean, like if we tabled it, I would like to get more. I would like to table it so that we could get more information about what students would be participating.
Yeah,
You know,
I'd like
what
to
we
know how
don't.
many people.
Is it is it the students from fall, winter, and spring sports, or only the spring sports students going to be benefiting from this?
Is it co-ed?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions.
All right, so table it, send me your questions, I'll get all the answers to them. It sounds like you were gonna table it anyway in light of finding out where we are with the contingency.
So is that a motion to table?
Motion to table.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor of tabling?
Aye.
Motion carries. Susan, I'd ask you to put those questions on the chart.
Sure.
Which we're gonna, so we don't forget, because it's gonna be a timely issue. So Jeff can get those questions to Marco.
You will, yeah, I'll get them right over. Once you send them to me, I'll get them to him.
All right, we're done with 8. We're up to 9.1, which is old business and new business. I believe there are several items people wanted to address again, so who wants to go first? We might have covered most of it as we've gone through everything.
Do you want to bring up the snow day communication?
Oh, yes, this is helpful. And Jeff, you'd probably be the expert to speak on this. So, can you briefly explain why we follow Monroe Woodbury's snow day calls? My understanding, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that because Monroe Woodbury has a more extensive system for monitoring road conditions, that independent schools and smaller districts may look to them for their expertise. No, that's not why?
I don't.
Okay, why then?
I don't follow Monroe Woodbury.
Oh, I thought Tuxedo followed Monroe Woodbury.
In calling snow days?
Yeah, and delays.
Nope, I don't.
Oh, we do it ourselves?
Well, what happens is, in the early morning hours, unless it's something that starts the night before, like we had, it was Snowmageddon, we all knew it was coming, we did it the night before. I generally don't call it the night before, because I've had instances in the past where the weatherman, believe it or not, was wrong. So we generally would call it. I get up at 4:30 in the morning. I would get a call from, well, now Brendan is both buildings and grounds and transportation, so I'll speak to him. And he usually speaks to DPW. He's out on the roads, and he'll tell me what the roads look like and what DPW and the police department say. And I get that feedback. We find out from the bus company if the buses are ready to roll, because most of them are diesel engines and not gasoline engines, so sometimes there's trouble getting them started. We consider also whether the buildings are heated and whether we've cleared the parking lots, etc. I also speak with my colleagues in the morning of Orange, Ulster, BOCES. All the chiefs speak in the morning to see what we're doing. I also speak with Eric Gunderson of Suffern, because we are more like northern Rockland than we are Orange County in a lot of ways in terms of the weather. So I speak to a number of people, but I don't peg myself to any particular school district. We do our own thing. If it happens that Monroe Woodbury is similar to what we're doing, it's not because I'm following them at all.
Okay, that's super helpful and was something that I misunderstood. So the decision to delay or close school is made by you in
Yes.
consultation with others.
Correct. And if for some reason, because where I live, my phone reception is horrible, and I can't be reached, then the next person is Mr. Kamar. And if Mr. Kamar can't be reached, we go to Jenna Park, and usually that covers it. But in most cases, I've been reachable.
It sounds like a good system. Should we offer Monroe Woodbury can copy what we do?
Well,
should we make that offer?
At Monroe Woodbury, I used to be the guy that made those
know.
decisions too. So there it was the assistant superintendent making the calls. Here it's me.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I have a couple items. Can we add an agenda? Well, actually, I have to ask Chief Marsh. Would it be too early at the next meeting to have an update on the DARE program? To add that?
We only got approved tonight. You only got approved 10 minutes ago.
I know.
Have you implemented it yet?
How we doing? How we doing so far?
I spoke to Jenna before the meeting, and we're waiting for.
It's 4 weeks.
And hopefully, within the next 2 weeks, we're going to be starting the program. I spent $2,000 out of my budget, and.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We won't table that.
Do you have any more?
All the workbooks, kids. I sent out our officer to get certified. She's ready to go, and it's just a matter of Jen and I getting together and coming up with a date to start it, and we're gonna get rocking.
Okay.
Who's the officer?
So let.
Officer, you guys know her as Officer Mendez, but I mean, Frunzy, she's recently gotten married, now she's Officer Mendez.
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe for the April agenda to get like a recap of the whole program.
Yeah.
Okay.
We got like I said, we got the workbooks all together and everything's scheduled. It's a format that has a 10-week program that's already laid out with lesson plans, and that could be given over to you guys and just follow the curriculum.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it, Rick.
More?
Yes.
Just keep going.
Tuxedo Rec. So they've asked for a tour. I understand that you're in contact with Tuxedo Rec as far as using the facilities. That's what Kathleen Metcalf mentioned for.
So I haven't been, but if they're using our facilities, usually they fill out a facilities use form.
Right, a user facilities
and the
form.
person who oversees that, I've designated Brendan to do that.
Okay.
So they're probably working directly with him.
So if they wanted to run additional programs during the week, maybe using the multi-purpose room or to be able to use the auditorium potentially for art programs type of things, singing, chorus, whatever, tap dancing, whatever they decide, can they have a tour of those facilities?
They can certainly have a tour of the facilities. I'm a big proponent of the community using the buildings they own. The only thing I would suggest is that we make sure that our students get preferential treatment. So
Always.
any activity that happens should be first looking at our music program or athletic program or anything that we're doing related to academics. So other than that, and I think we do have a facilities use program. We're going to put that on the agenda to look at as well in the policy committee.
Okay, so should they reach out to you to arrange for a tour?
Sure.
Okay, great. Because I think they want to do that in the next month or so.
We can do that.
Okay, fantastic.
More? Keep going.
You can give me a break for a second.
Anybody else want to jump in? New items or old items? I thought more people had a few things. If you don't, that's fine. I just want to move it along.
Aren't you the guy that wants to end early?
Okay, so I don't know if it's an item, it's a discussion. We don't know, we already know that there are children moving into the new homes in the reserve. We don't know what our additional student count will be by September, but we do know that there are classroom space issues within the building, and I would like to propose that we form a committee of administrators, staff members, certainly O&M, and members from the Board of Education who might want to participate, to look at all the rooms that are currently in use and spitball ideas for what we may have to do. I know, Jeff, you've in the past talked about the length of time it takes if we were in need of a new building. If we started today, nobody's walking into a new building for 5 years. And there's lots of hurdles if we even decide to go that way. In the interim time, I think we should be planning now for how we might need to move over the next year to 3 years and not do anything to the facilities that is going to then cost us money to undo what we've just done.
So, Bonnie, I had made a recommendation as well that of creating a long-range planning and community impact advisory council, which could do that, but also look at the broader picture, a long-range plan. What are we going to do? Look at every single possible option that we have, because yes, it takes years. If there is a need, we know this building is 100 years old. If there is a need for another building, we have to
just a point. What was the date of erection of the building we're in right now?
It's over 100 years old.
The back
Correct.
building is
That's
over
right.
100 years
But
old.
it's connected.
To this building,
is
which is
connected to that one.
20,
Yeah.
5 years old.
So they are connected. So
out there.
yeah, and this.
They're not,
Sorry.
that they are connected, but they're
Yep.
very different construction and,
Needs.
Well, and that would be part of this group's
focus.
to look at everything and, do some forward thinking. So we're not behind the 8 ball.
That I think we may need to get to that, but I think we need to do some in-house discussions first to kind of, you have meetings like that and people start throwing out all kinds of wild, pie in the sky types of ideas. And I think maybe we need to just sort of get a grip on what's coming down the pike this coming September and the following September and how we're going to deal with it.
Well, what we could do is we could come up with a charter if we needed to for the group, tell them what we want in the short term and tell them what we want in the long term, and start with what our immediate needs are and balloon that into maybe a 5 or 10 year plan.
I still feel we need to talk in-house first.
Bonnie, are you proposing a board committee?
It could be, but I think it should be with the
But board, we create it and then we invite who we want.
Or it could be
That's
an
what I'm asking.
advisory
I don't know.
council that
I'm not
we
sure
do
what-
administratively.
I'm just trying to clarify.
I think we're going to get to that at some point, but I think there's just so much to talk about right now that's sort of way far away. We need to get a budget passed, so we need to deal with what we've got now.
Yep.
And how we're going to use it without incurring any costs that are going to balloon our budget even farther than it's going to go.
Well-
So I think that's why we need to put the minds together of the people who are in both of the buildings and
Yep.
the gym even daily to say, what can we do cost effectively or with no cost, some creativity maybe, and meet the needs for the next couple of years.
Yes, I agree with you. And I just want to point out that if we did create a group like this, they could help us get a budget passed. If we have enough people across section of the community and we put everything out there and say, this is where we are, this is what we need to move forward and continue, they may actually help once they understand things. They may help pass a budget.
Well, everybody else can weigh in, but if we're looking at going over cap, I would hate to add to that. We're also looking at building a new school. Because most people don't
Oh,
get
no,
down.
I wouldn't say that be it. I'd just say, look, let's look at the possibilities, what we need to do, given that we have the development coming forward. What do we do? Do we just retrofit this? Look at all the possibilities, everything. But we would control it so it's not all over the place. It would be very organized.
Well, you need to have a short, midterm, mid, and long-term plan,
Correct.
right?
Yep.
So
That's what I would say the group could do. And it could be an advisory council. I could do it, Gary, if you want to do it on the board level, that's fine.
I'm not sure what the group is looking for. So
Yeah.
If that's something we want to do, we have to sort out what are we looking for.
Yep. So, I don't know if in the interest of time, you want to, maybe
Well, we can talk, have side conference. Are you making a proposal tonight, or do you want to just have side?
If people have comments, I'd like to get some feedback, I guess.
could you all email me and?
I was just wondering, Jeff, it sounds like maybe you have an idea for who would be on this
I
board.
don't yet, but I would like, I think it should be, people, it should be a very strong cross, group of the community. It should involve people from all different areas. We should have some people that have some experience with construction, some people with finance. It should be some, just parents. I think it should just be enough people where we can put goals on the table and bring everybody together, because we really need to be brought together. Okay?
I think that sounds very nice. I would definitely be supportive of that.
go ahead, Bob.
No, I'm just.
And we can start off
I'll-
small, and
I'll-
with a
let's
small
start
group
out
and
small.
Yeah, I
expand.
was thinking maybe we'll start off with
Yeah.
We're working room by room here.
Yep.
Well, I think before we make any decisions on making any changes within the school and the school space, I think there should be a committee, including board members and administration and potentially others, before we make decisions on how we're going to utilize the space, considering what we've gone through already in the winter, where some of the classrooms were, you couldn't get them up to the proper heat because they were.
And just so you know, I did have the architect come in, where they had an engineer come in, and they have some recommendations. There's some issues, I think, in the boiler and some of the unit ventilators. So there's some fixes that we can do with that to help with that as well. So, and I think the architect should be involved with this stuff. I think our fiscal advisor, potentially at times our attorney. So there's a lot to consider.
I mean, I think we should be analyzing all the rooms that we have and how we're utilizing our space. I think that's part of what Bonnie's saying, is that I think we should be doing an overarching look at both GGM and GFB and how we utilize space before we make any sort of changes.
We did have building utilization as part of our review a few years ago when we were looking at Lennar. We can look at that report again as well, but I agree with you. I think this is a discussion that we should keep going. We're not going to solve it tonight, but I think we should continue the conversation.
Carry on.
Anything else? Other topics?
Maybe exec?
What's that?
I think he's just checking his list.
Chris is checking.
Chris was looking at something.
No, I have a bunch. There's a bunch of items on the chart. I don't really. It's kind of late, but I do.
So let's just talk about that. So we're gonna try to go back to the chart system. We had kind of let it go in flux. So there's different things to add. If you want to add an item to the agenda, add an item to the exec session, add an item, just a question, right? We don't have to have, instead of you getting the answer from Jeff, but I didn't get the answer, like the chart's going to be used. So we're going to ask the clerk to work with Jeff to make sure those items get on the agenda. We're not going to take anything off, but there'll be a deadline. Answers can either be, and I spoke to Jeff, he might put the answer there, or he might say, this was answered in
the boardgram.
This was
Try to
answered
do
in
as much in the
boardgram.
boardgram as I
This
could.
date.
Some of that is on the chart, but
Right.
There's an entry date, right? There's who requested it, and then there should be a response date. I just added that column in the last week.
Right, so that's what I'm saying. So
we
let's
need
start.
to have a response date, right? Because some of your responses, they're good to have, but I don't know when they were. I don't know whether they were last week, 3 months ago, because we're not putting a date. We really need to have a date on there.
Right, so going forward.
So we can track it properly
We're
from.
not worried about the old stuff, but going forward, we want to clean it up. But
I want to clean up the old stuff. There's still a lot of open questions.
well,
out
not
there.
open's different. I meant like the date it was answered. We're not going to go back.
Okay.
But if there's something that wasn't answered,
I
it's
do.
an outstanding question.
Bonnie's committee is going through a lot of effort cleaning up a lot of classrooms, okay, and doing a lot of things to get the school ready for tours, right? So if there's tours in the spring, do we have a plan in place? Have we started thinking about who's going to be like tour coordinators and what's going to be discussed? Like we should.
I think Bonnie's going to be the tour coordinator. She just volunteered.
She would be a fantastic tour coordinator. I agree, but we need to start. We need to put something on.
Sure.
Well, especially because the one pager has a QR code if you want to arrange a tour. So I think we have to plan the tours before we put out the one pager to people who are visiting the reserve.
Perhaps a few people.
Well, you can have a calendar for the future. Like I wouldn't delay putting out the one pager. I think that we can
agreed.
start our,
Right.
start scheduling as of May or something.
I think you want to have like maybe a morning session and maybe an afternoon session. Maybe some of the teachers that would like to volunteer, if they want to volunteer, or
Jeff, can I set up an appointment? Because it's something that
Yeah.
I've seen under the outreach committee. So, and I already have
We'll get
some
together and
thoughts.
do that. And I did speak to Lennar, and they're excited about getting the one pager. So if you folks can just let me know you're done, I will ship it over to them. They're very excited. They see there are some buyers that are very excited about getting this information. So
where we're at with the one pager is that there's one last request in, Walter, you're working on getting some comparisons for taxes in districts that are sought out by new home buyers, not just Orange County, but some of we gave you a list. So once we get that information, if that can get inputted into the one pager and sent back to us so that we can just give it a final approval, that would be great. I got my friend who's an editor to do the once over. She said really a thumbs up, and she gave few minor.
Thank her.
I will.
Michael, please.
Just a few minor things, not content related, but just like grammatical things.
The train station makes it pop.
The second picture of the train station.
Anything else?
There we go.
2 more items.
About on this issue, we're moving on. I'll talk to you. Go ahead.
Okay, so
We'll talk about the chart.
Bonnie's coming. Sorry, I'm speaking on your behalf, Bonnie. But some of the I know you're having a hard time with your throat. So some of the plaques around the school, Bonnie's team is trying to update, and I know she's made numerous efforts to try to get like the years and names of people updated on the plaques. She's not making a whole lot of progress. I know we have a printing machine here, a specialized printing etching machine. Can you help to facilitate moving this along? So we want to start, if we're going to have tours, we got to have starting having plaques. You want to see who the valedictorian is, and all the other things that need to be.
And I did get a price quote today from Crown Trophy that we frequently use, and it's $15 per plate to engrave. And we got a lot of plates to engrave.
And no money.
And no money. So, but if we have the capability of doing it in-house, the plates are in existence. We just need to get the etching done.
All right.
Last question. The audio. Are we still receiving complaints from the public on audio?
Nothing.
My understanding is people we can hear it now. Like it's
Okay.
not live, but we can
I
hear
just
everything.
want to make sure that it's moving in the right direction.
That's
Okay.
you, Dante.
Maybe we can.
Sitting here right now, I'm a little befuddled. This second rack right here, I need that replaced. I can probably get that off of Amazon for $100. So I think Bevan boiled it down from, hey, it's YouTube to system. I think it was the mic. I literally had to purchase mic covers to cut down the talk because the last time Walter was on the last time. Yeah, the last time Walter was on the microphones the last time, and the district clerks, they had the microphone coverage, and it makes everything much more difficult to hear. That's why I'm gluing this to my ears to hear it driving.
Okay.
The problem was before, it's just the recording, everything was just, and I think it's just because of this rack here and the microphones. So right now, it may not look like I'm doing much, but right now I'm still currently testing. That's the redundancies that I.
Okay. I think.
I think it's problem solved unless we hear otherwise.
Right. I think we should.
I'm ready to go as soon as this ends. I want to hear this playback to see what says.
Thank you.
If people could reach out to people who have complained previously, it would be useful, so we can actually close this item out. I'm done.
Anything else? From anybody for new old business? Anybody from the public wish to make a public comment? Oh, see.
The microphones are awesome. They're so much better than last. I just want to thank you guys for allowing us to come in and train in the school. We had 60 volunteers from the fire department, ambulance corps, and then Tuxedo Police Department in the village of Tuxedo Park. We concentrated on Rescue Task Force, which is actually something different than what most agencies do. We've trained and we've trained and we've trained on, stopping the threat. So now the mindset is actually to render aid to the people that have been injured, and it's stop the dying. Okay, so we're coming in now with the Rescue Task Force with, so we go in, we make sure the bad guy's been either, contained or he's, in custody or whatever else. And then instead of locking things down and just taking a long time for that 45 minutes if he's barricaded or something like that, we're bringing in the law enforcement with the ambulance and the fire department to actually start putting on tourniquets, stopping the bleeding, and doing all that other stuff. And nobody here in Tuxedo has ever done that kind of training before. And everybody was ecstatic when we left here. From the fire department to ambulance corps who does this in Rockland County, they came back after the training and said everybody was amazed with the training that we went through, and they were very appreciative of it. And we made a huge advancement in emergency services in Tuxedo. I thank you very much for the time.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for the update.
Thank you.
Seeing no other speakers, do I have a motion to move into executive session to
Second.
discuss matters that are appropriate to discuss there?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Do we need
You can go. Jeff, do you think we need any of those administrators?
Yep.
We don't need, do or don't need them?
Do.
All of them?
Maybe,
Is this
maybe.
yours or mine?
Well, that's why, let's piecemeal. We're gonna go upstairs.
Mine.
can go home.
Everybody,
Writing mine.
yeah, see,
Chris,
we're starting upstairs in 4.5 minutes.
Do you
so no- thank you, everybody. It's now, hello, everybody. It's now 12:52 in the morning. We looking for a motion to return from executive session. Do I have a motion? Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Need a motion to add on a walk-on resolution concerning a roof repair. Do I have a motion
So moved.
to add?
It's in there, you just have to amend it, I think. It's
Oh, was it already in there?
Yeah, it's in there.
Sorry,
It's,
correction.
8
So we're going back to.
8.6.
What is it?
8.6.
Eight, thank you, sorry, correct. We're going back to 8.6, which we temporarily pulled, so we don't need to read it because it was in the agenda that was sent out. But I do want to ask for a motion to amend it by removing the last paragraph plus the preceding conjunction that's
And.
the word "and" in the second penultimate paragraph. Do I have such a motion?
So moved?
Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
So the document is now amended. Do I have a motion to accept the document as amended? Motion?
So moved?
Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Is there any other business?
Yes.
Yes.
8.3, you gotta table it.
Well, if I thought, do we need to, I was just, if we just skipped it, we approved the agenda.
We had a vote on that.
Right, okay. Do I have a motion to table 8.3 to an undetermined future date?
So moved?
Second.
All those, any discussion? No discussion. All those in favor?
Table it, right.
Aye.
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 Motion carries. Is that everything? Did I miss anything?
Wasn't there another, there's one more vote, right? We had
8.2
4-3
I
on
had
it.
circled.
Gary, was there a vote? We had a 4-3 on it?
The 8.2. 8.2 was,
Table 3.
and that has to be
There was a vote.
approved.
Yep, I'm sorry. I didn't have my, this pulled.
It's 1 o'clock.
4 votes to 3.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, she left. That's fine.
Okay, but we addressed that one?
I apologize. I was not looking at my notes. Also, 8.2, I think, is the last one, right? And then we're caught up. So we had pulled it temporarily. 8.2. Do we have a motion to approve
Motion,
that?
so moved?
Second?
Second.
All those, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So I think we covered 8.2, 8.3, 8.6, so I think we are caught up,
What about
correct?
8.7?
Was it,
Huh?
was it transportation?
8.7.
Did we table the calendar?
Yeah, we already tabled that.
Because I had it circled.
I thought we have to double table it?
Right,
So I think we're good?
8.3, you tabled it, right?
Correct.
Just now, but yes.
Was that everything?
Yeah, I think so.
8.2 passed, 8.3 it's tabled.
What was
Eight.
We approved 11 and
8,
12.
11
And 13, what about 13? We're tabling that.
6
Did
passed.
we already table that, 813? That's the trainer.
We did.
Yeah, that was tabled.
Yeah, we
tabled
tabled.
We did table 8.13. Because it was spending.
Any disagreement?
Let's go home.
I think we're good.
Okay, motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion
Aye.
carries.
All right.